want to play video games.
48 months? That's almost some years.
Moose is in the house. Moose is in the house. Watch out. Watch out. Here's Moosey.
Hey all, what's good? It's a little bit dark, eh? Yeah. Let me change some settings here. There we go. Looks a little bit more like me. Oh, my hair is being kind of silly though. Hope you guys are doing good. Long time no see. My hair is way too long. I have not had time to get my hair cut in quite some time. It's one of the things I'm excited about next week. Next week, work finally slows down. I am super excited about that. Hope you guys have been doing good. DXBL is kind of in shambles right now because I just straight up have not been able to do you know, as many tournaments as I want and all that fun stuff. But yeah, I feel you need a haircut. I feel you. Thank you. I'm back. We're gonna be streaming a lot. Start next week. We're gonna be streaming probably 3 days a week, and then, you know, I'll take a little bit of time off for Christmas with the family and all that. And then January, it's a whole new year, a whole new world, as it were. I'll be starting my training arc for an upcoming fight. Originally, I was going to have a fight in January, and then, you know, things kind of fell through. The amateur level, people back out and stuff, like, pretty frequently. Is the mic cracking? Hold on one sec. Is it okay for you guys, or is it, like, fucked up? Return stronger than before. Right now, I'm feeling pretty weak. Definitely some crackling. Okay, that might just be. I'll have to listen. Give me 1 second. I haven't been recording, so I'm gonna record this a little bit and I'll see what's up. It could possibly be my wife doing dishes downstairs. 1 second. I'm gonna listen back real quick and see what it sounds like. I haven't been recording, so I'm going to record this a little bit and I'll see what's up. It could possibly be my wife doing dishes downstairs. 1 second. It sounds good to me. So I think it's not the mic. Do I use... What are you talking about? Yeah, I think it's, for whatever reason, not actually picking up... I don't know. If it gets better, let me know. The stream is crackling. The recording's not, so that's really fucked up. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna try recording again and see what's up. Okay, I'm just testing. I'm doing a little... It's jittering too. I'm not even dropping any frames. What the fuck, man? Okay, let me take a look. I'm going to see what my stream looks like on Twitch. Then I'll be able to see. All right, so I got a little bit of a delay here, but I don't know. It seems okay to me. Yeah. I don't think there's any problems on Twitch. If there was, I'm not saying you all have like collective dementia or whatever. Like, I believe you. I'm just saying there was a lot of background noise for the first little bit because Tiana was finishing up dishes. But I've just tested it like 3 times and I don't hear it at all, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I know Twitch uses a lot of resources, but straight up, like, I haven't dropped any frames. Recording sounds fine. My guess is you could just hear stuff in the background. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna try recording again and see what's up. Okay, I'm just testing. I'm doing a little. It's jittering too. I'm not even dropping any frames. What the fuck, man? Okay, let me take a look. I'm going to see what my stream looks like on Twitch. Then I'll be able to see. All right, so I got a little bit of a delay here, but not for you, for those who are watching. Yeah, that's true as well. Anyway, if it's good now, it's good now. If it's still like being really bad, then it's an actual problem because, you know, she's done now, so there shouldn't be any background noise. Normally there isn't to begin with, but I think that'll happen is because I'm using like active noise removal that uses some form of AI to like figure out what the background noises are and remove them. It just like sometimes it's too much for it to handle. There's just too much noise, and so it just cuts everything out. It's not ideal. I don't like using it. I would rather just, you know, use my bespoke DAW and like all my settings, which sound nicer, but you know, it's the world that we live in. Anyway, hope you guys have been good. I've been drinking some milk tea. Will he hear if I let one rip? Probably not. Even when I go like ooh and like make little sound effects and stuff, it like doesn't pick that up. So it's like more aggressive than it needs to be. Hope you guys have been doing okay. I'm kind of stuck on what to play because you know what I've been playing lately? Not Monster Rancher. I've been playing a lot of Windswept, which is a game that is like Donkey Kong Country 2 specifically. And then, but it's hard, and it's built with that in mind. So like, it's way, way, way harder than Donkey Kong Country is. But also, there's like no lives or anything. There's just checkpoints and like try to beat the section without dying and then come back. It's been a lot of fun, and it's been a lot of fun reading Steam is the word I'm looking for. It's been a lot of fun reading the Steam comments because all of the comments are like, this game is designed badly because it is too difficult. And we got to stop listening to gamers, man. The game is like advertised as like, this is a difficult game. Also, the game is not designed poorly. The game is actually extremely clever in its design until the end, where it starts making like Kaizo levels of its own game, which is like, surely you could have thought of something better than to put like 4,000 saw blades in this area. But like, this is, I'm talking like post game. There's like 40 regular levels, and then there's like another additional 20 levels after that are like post game, and they're like stupid difficult. The point is for it to be extremely challenging. Right now, the final level is called Windswept, and then there's a Windswept EX, which is like the same level except remixed to be like ridiculous. And that's the only level I haven't beaten yet. And it's genuinely fucked up how difficult it is. Like, it's kind of generous in how many checkpoints it gives you, but like the last little section I'm in is just an actual nightmare. But yeah, like the idea of like difficulty and like this game is bad because it's difficult, or like it's not fun because it's difficult or whatever, is fine. Some people just enjoy playing. I gotta show you something then. So here is why this idea around difficulty, specifically when it comes to this game, is like not really something worth whining about. And you know, far be it from me to say you're not allowed to have opinions, or like you're dumb because you think it's difficult and you shouldn't think it's difficult, whatever, right? Not only is there a regular mode, which is over here, I've played it for 69 hours. There's also a hard and a super hard mode, which I've been like dabbling with a little bit, but barely. But I gotta show you something. I think something's wrong with my controller because I can't jump. Hold on. Hard mode, easy mode, who cares, have fun? Yeah, I'm gonna show you. Also, who was that? Sorry, I just missed. This is the very last level, so spoilers. I apologize. This is a remix of the last level to make it as difficult as possible. I'm looking for... Where the fuck is my... Where'd my stream chat go? I don't know. It's here. One sec. Let me close a couple of documents. I had some tax stuff to do today. Not sure if Twitch can see YouTube chat, but new policy to give flan bag on Twitch. So you're allowed to have both. You just can't have them integrated at the same time. You need to have it like noted which one is Twitch and which one is YouTube. Unless something has changed. Anyway, Torval and Fake Life, appreciate it. Very kind of you to support as always. And then we got Rudy. I'll see if there's something new. Anyway, we're not going to worry about it for now. But I'm going to show you this level real quick. And then I'm going to show you why, like, the difficulty thing. And also, one of the coolest things about this game is that it lets you start a level from a checkpoint if you were in the checkpoint. So it's already, like, pretty solid, right?
Been a minute. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. But movement in this game is, like, pretty crazy. All right. I'm making some mistakes, but that's fine. It's okay, yeah, there's something wrong with my controller. Half the time it's like not reading my movement inputs. It's fine, we'll figure it out. But I can die an unlimited number of times. Anyway, so this is the third last... Okay, yeah, brother, I'm holding the fucking direction. I gotta, like, restart this game. I don't know what's up with this. The very first day I was playing this, I had a lot of issues in terms of, like, I would press a button and then it would do, like, one of three things instead of the thing it was supposed to do. Today I'm having, like, issue with it's not reading my left and right. Okay, so that's fine. That's really frustrating. Like, genuinely really frustrating. Like, I'm holding the direction. I'm supposed to be able to shoot like that, but it's only doing like once every 2 times. Has it fixed itself? I'm just holding a button when I do that, by the way. It's not like a crazy series of inputs. Yeah, that's fucked up. What is something I can do about it? The whole reason I even turned this on is to prove a point. And now I'm having, like, trouble with... just, like, moving. Hopefully that's enough. It's not doing it the other direction. Oh, it is doing it the other direction. I don't know if there's something wrong with this pad. Am I playing Monster Rancher? We might be. Okay, I think I've figured it out. No? Fuck off, dude! Oh! Why can't you work? How hard is it? Yeah, I'm trying to show, I'm also getting, like, drops. Like, oh, this is fucking obnoxious, dude. I wonder if, like, a new patch, like, broke it or something. Wonder if I disable Steam input. No. Disabling Steam input just drops it entirely. Let's try it again. I don't really need to like be able to do much to show you what I'm talking about. You're gonna see in a sec. My whole point was that like I understand people saying like a game is not fun because it's too difficult. I don't play games to be tilted or whatever. And that's fine, I get that. Far be it from me to tell you that you're enjoying a game wrong, right? And like what you're seeing now is like something's wrong with this controller, man. And now, yeah, it's like not fully jumping. I don't know. We'll see if I can get a little bit further just to show you. Yeah. It's not really working. Like I would say like 1 out of every 5 times I do that and it just straight up doesn't do anything. Like it instead of doing the I don't know if it's the game, but it feels like it's my controller just dying or something. Yeah, I don't know. If you don't like core design of the game, just don't play the game. No, but also what I was getting at, I'm like kind of meandering. Check this shit out. Infinite jumps and invincibility. There we go. Oh, this level's too hard. I just want to see what's at the end of the game. I don't really like the challenge. I think it makes the game worse. I'm just playing a game to have fun. Like, look at this shit. This is fucked up. And you're not penalized for ever doing this. No one will ever know. No one will ever know you're doing this. Camera doesn't really follow, which is kind of weird, but... want the game to be precisely hard enough for me? That's really what it is. And I think even more simply than that, I'm not going to press this here because there's a... what do you call it? Yeah, there's a checkpoint here, and I don't want to do this to get to it. But, yeah, what I'm getting at is, like, the game never penalizes you for doing this. You could do this whenever you want. It doesn't keep track of it. Good old Saw Blades, yeah. If it even has those kind of accessibility options, just sounds like the complainers are just bad takes. It's just ego, is what it is. It's what it comes down to is ego, is people are mad that the game is too difficult for them. And they are... and, you know, I don't really ascribe to the whole, like, mad 'cause bad thing most of the time. I think it's like really common in like fighting games and stuff like that, where it's like this game sucks because there's no answer to like X or Y, and it's like there obviously is. You just don't know what you're doing. This is a single player platformer. A game that is like by definition made to like be played non-competitively, and like if you cheat, who cares, right? That's the whole vibe of this type of game. But I really do think it is just people mad that they're not as good as they think they should be, right? Because the whole like I'm just playing a game to have fun, like I hate that, like, you know, it's frustrating and all this yada yada yada, is like the game has a fucking level skip. You can just do this. There's also things to make it harder, like if you collect a coin you die. And turn off checkpoints, infinite jumps, create checkpoints, stage skip as the option in the main pause menu. You can just skip the level. You don't like the level? Fuck it. You don't want to play the underwater level? That's fine. They're ignoring the accessibility stuff so that they can use, I just want to see the end as a way to reframe it. I know. What's nice is that it's like overwhelmingly positive on Reddit, but like this just has me thinking, because like I was talking about this the other day. My next big video is a rundown on combination in Monster Rancher, and then my next big video after that is just on the axis of like good versus bad game design and enjoyable versus unenjoyable game design, and how they aren't inherently the same thing. And so I've just been thinking about it a lot, and I saw this and I'm like, I gotta add a whole new chapter to the video, because it's fine to not like it, but the whole thing there where you just say, oh, it's not for me, is like, that's an idea that requires you to have like a pretty deep understanding of like why a game works or doesn't work, right? Just saying it's not for me is like kind of a cop-out if you haven't like put any effort into thinking about why it is or isn't for you. But then I would much prefer the cop-out, I think, to someone saying like, this is bad because it's missing X and Y, and then the game does have X and Y. Like at that point, like you're just like empirically wrong. And I think that's where like objectivity in art comes in, and like people love to pretend it's like, no, it's all subjective, yada yada yada, but you can just like straight up be wrong in your opinion if you're basing it on like some sort of faulty knowledge or understanding, right? If you would arrive at the conclusion that like this game sucks because, you know, myriad whatever reason you don't like the game, as long as it's like founded in reality and not just it made me feel bad, the game is bad because it hurt my feelings, like that's fine. But like that's like, you can't be doing that, man. Giving a game a bad Steam review because it's too hard for you is really funny. And then posing as if you have some sort of like, I don't know, special insight into the game and being like, oh well, you know what, I actually have something really important to say about this, is like you've confused your opinion with that of someone who knows what they're talking about. Oh, this is killing me, man. Yeah, so to like put it in perspective, this thing I'm trying to do here is you can do like a ground pound, and then at any point during the ground pound you can decide to do a dash attack out of it, and that's like one of your main movement options, is doing this. And to do it on the first frame, you can just hold the button. So if you hold both the ground pound and the dash, you're supposed to go. And it looks like they might have changed that. I don't know if this was like patched or if it's like a way my controller is working, but it seems like if I'm holding both at the same time, it doesn't work. I have to press one before the other, or else it doesn't work. Which I can get used to, but it's just, you know, it's basically a new control scheme at this point. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to play like this. This is quite frustrating. Anyway, that was just a little rant. I haven't been recording any of this. If the game was like, you know, eating inputs constantly, and it wasn't just like, this is happening right now for the first time, and maybe I just got to restart my system, or maybe my controller's just not working properly or something, then yeah, that's on my controller, or sorry, that's on the game. I have another controller right here. Let me try this real quick. Are there any other games you can think of that are like that? I think fighting games are like the most obvious ones, right? Where people are like, this game is bad because it's, you know, there's no answer to X and Y. It's designed badly, but like people don't know what the hell they're talking about. All right, I'm gonna try this quickly. This, oh wait. I have like 7 identical controllers that I bought from for Combo Breaker. So if like one of them goes bad, I'm just swapping to another one. It'd be cool to get to the next checkpoint. This one's doing it too? Okay, so there's something with the game. Yeah. I don't know, man. They up and changed the controls on me. Okay, so what are we playing tonight? Because that's a different controller, so it can't be both controllers. Oh, I asked Macho if he was able to do some Monster or Digimon Digital Card Battle, but he's not able to. And so I think we're going to do some of that next week, which I'm pretty hyped about. Some PvP Digimon DCB. I don't know. I'm kind of just chilling tonight. I'm down to play whatever. Anything you guys have been enjoying lately? BlazBlue? Wasn't BlazBlue free like last week or something? Because I had a couple of friends who were like, hey, you should play this. And I'm like, cool, I'm working 110 hours this week. Dude, I just got off the most insane work week I've had in years. I'm not buying BlazBlue right now. I may try it at some point, but not stuff that's good to just pick up. But I've been playing new Tactics. Tactics, yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm more of a Tactics Ogre fan than a FF Tactics enjoyer, but that's just strictly for the story. Story for Final Fantasy Tactics is a little bit slow at the beginning, and I always find myself just like getting bored of it. Though I do really enjoy all the fucked up classes in Tactics, though. Like, what do you mean I can be a time wizard? I can be a mathematician. What is this? It's cool, man. I always like the goofy classes. You know what I mean? I can be an astrologer. Is Tactics, I'm pretty sure it works the same way, right? Where it's like the classes aren't really, for the most part, bespoke like spells and stuff like that, and spells and skills. It's just like different combinations of things that you can learn are like gifted to different classes. So like, you know, a geomancer can learn like specific earth magic stuff, but like it's not only that one school, right? It's like a combination of like black magics and whatever else. Or I could just be making this up. I've told the story before. You can have a main and subclass at the same time. Oh, okay. Yeah, I talked about this before, but like last time I played Tactics was Tactics Advance, and I was playing it on an emulator, and the emulator for whatever reason wouldn't do battery saves, so I could only save state. and I save stated way too deep into the final fight on accident to a point where like it was not possible for me to win. And because I hadn't saved on the battery that entire time, when I lost the final fight, I had to go back to the beginning of the game. And I was just like, yeah, I'm not playing this game ever again. Maybe I'm overreacting, but I hope you're doing okay based on the title of the stream. Oh, I mean alive as in like, I haven't been able to stream too much because I've been working just like obscene hours. I'm doing fine. My mental is okay right now, but I thank you for asking. I do appreciate it. Were licenses in Ogre or Fantasy? I think that's Final Fantasy Tactics. If I get a holiday break, I'm not salaried, so I kind of have to make money when I can. Like, I do pretty well financially. I'm not like, you know, epic rich streamer. I'm pretty distinctly middle class. Yeah, it's Tactics Advanced, right? Yeah. But it's just like from August till next week, you may have noticed I haven't been streaming a whole lot. I haven't been putting out a lot of videos. And it's just I strictly like don't have enough time to do it. I wish I had more. I wish I could just like chill and hang out and stream more often. But between work and trying to do boxing at least a minimum twice a week so I don't fall super out of shape for my fight this summer. It's just, you know, it's a lot. It's too much. So starting next week, things slow down pretty drastically, both by design and just like, you know, by nature of the industry. And I'll have almost like 9 weeks of like basically zero work, which means a lot of time to make video stuff, a lot of time to, I don't know, fucking learn game dev again. Like I can do whatever I want with the winter. It's beautiful. I love it. And then spring gets very busy, and then summer is dead again, and then fall becomes like excruciatingly busy again. So basically I have like 2 periods of really slow and 2 periods of like insanely dense work schedule. So yeah, Monday, Tuesday last week, literally the worst client I've ever had in my life. Just the most frustrating work I've ever dealt with in my entire life. And that's why we didn't stream last week. It's been like 2 weeks since I've streamed. And last week I was literally working 6 a.m. till like 10 p.m. both days in a row, which is not like the craziest schedule I've ever done in my life. It's not fun, but it's a lot. But the client was awful. Like actually the worst person I've ever worked for in my life. And I'm so happy that's over. I was having nightmares about the job leading up to it. And then we had a couple of technical issues on our end. Like I didn't even do perfectly. We had a couple of technical issues, and then that turned into everybody from this committee that hired me. There's like 9 people on the committee. Everybody giving my crew different orders at different times and confusing my guys who were, you know, a little bit more junior than I was, or I am rather. And so, you know, they're just eager to please, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll help out there. Oh yeah, we'll help out there." And then it was all this conflicting stuff, and they ended up missing some important things because they were distracted by the client. And day 2 for the event, I had to like take the client aside and be like, "You got to assign one person that we listen to, and I'm not taking orders from anybody else." And they were like super angry that I said that, and I'm like, we're gonna walk off the job. I can't have my guys listening to 9 different sets of instructions. They got to listen to me, and I'm going to listen to one of you, and I'm going to disregard everything everyone else says. And of course, it didn't happen that way, and every single issue we had day 2 was caused because too many cooks were in the kitchen. And for example, they needed these like question and answer mics to like hand out to the audience. So one person came up like an hour ahead of when they were supposed to, which was a huge logistical nightmare for me trying to like figure out my mic situation. But figured it out, handed them out, and then like 10 minutes later, someone comes up and she's like, "I need mics for the question and answer period." And we're like, "We just gave them to someone." And she's like, "Who?" And I'm like, "I don't fucking know who. Like, there's 12 of you. Like, you guys can't talk to each other?" and figure out like who's gonna grab them. And she's like, I need 6 microphones. I'm like, we already gave them out. She's like, no, you didn't. I need 6 microphones. And she's like starting to get like louder and louder, and like it's starting to be like become a little bit of a scene because there's like a speaker like speaking at the podium right now, and she's like maybe like 15 feet away, getting like belligerently angry that I won't give her microphones. And I told her, I'm like, we gave them to someone, talk to your team and stop bothering my guys. And then she just started like yelling, and it was like interrupting the performance, and it became this whole thing. And then like 20 minutes later, a different person came over and said, we need microphones for the question and answer period. And I went up to them and I'm just like, look, I'm gonna explain this once, and then we have to focus on like the actual job we're doing. Like we're like doing like live sound mixing and like focusing lights and working on video and all this stuff. I was like, we handed them out, gave them a description of the person, and I said, go find them. You know who I'm talking about. If you don't, talk to your team. Someone knows what's up. I literally don't have the microphones to give you. I already gave them out. I'm not explaining this a second time. Please let me do my job. And that lady was like, no problem, no worries. Like, I don't want to cause any problems. I didn't realize this was an ongoing thing. And she was like very courteous about it, which was super nice. But that second lady, god damn, man. But there's like I said, 9 people on the committee, and all of them were like that second person that I spoke to, where they're just like, you have to like placate my thing right now, even if it doesn't make sense, or even if it like makes the show actively worse. Very, very frustrating. Very frustrating. And the lead up to the show is annoying too, because they were constantly like, you're too expensive, we're gonna go with another company. And I'm like, this is like not good for morale for the team. Like, I book all these guys out, and if we cancel them, like, you know, like they don't know if they're going to be able to work or not, because you're like dangling this other company you might go with in the 11th hour at like significant financial cost to yourself, just to like try to get like 5% discount or something. Like you're gonna like go like an additional like 80 grand in the hole to like save a couple $1,000. Like, just, I don't know, it was a nightmare. Just a huge asshole client. Like, I showed up 20 minutes early the first day, and I showed up at 9:10. I was supposed to be there for 9:30. And she looked at her watch and she's like, you're 10 minutes late. It's 10 past 9. And I'm like, I'm supposed to be here 9:30. I'm actually 20 minutes early. And she's like, oh, I was just testing you. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. A simple good morning would have worked as well. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Go pause. Thank you for the sub. Very kind of you. But just like, I don't know. Total asshole. Why do I need to be tested? Yeah. Just say, good morning. How are you doing? I had guys show up like 15 minutes late, and I didn't make a big scene of it. People watch too much Succession and Sopranos and think they're big time. That's literally, yeah, it's... I see it pretty often where people are like, they've achieved a level of success, a level of notoriety within whatever organization they work in, where people don't tell them no anymore. And because people don't tell them no anymore, they think every idea they have is like the best idea that's ever been had. They think they start to delude themselves into thinking that it's not possible for them to be wrong, right? And not to pathologize this committee of people too much, but they very much were all that exact personality, where they were just like, this is how we're doing things. And I'm like, well, no, that doesn't really make sense. And they're like, no, you have to do it this way, or we're going with another company. I'm like, they're going to tell you the same thing. Like, and just over and over again. And like, we want these specific type of microphones. And I'm like, well, okay, I understand why. But at no charge, we can use these different kind of microphones that do the exact same job, but you're going to get way better sound quality. They're like, no, we don't want those ones. I'm like, okay, so I was going to give you an upgrade for free, and you said no because you weren't the one that suggested it. Just nightmare the entire time. Anyway, it's done. I'm going to have a little bit of PTSD about it, but we're over it. What are we ranching today? I actually don't know what we're gonna do today. I had no plans for today. Originally, I was gonna do some DXBL stuff, but I didn't have time to get signups and stuff ready. So we're kind of just chilling. I don't actually know what the vibes are. Surprised to see you again. Hassan and I love your streams. Hey, welcome. Yeah, we're just chilling today. I guess I can play some Monster Rancher too. I'm more interested in just like vibing and chilling. So I think what we're gonna do is I am gonna do a thing I have not done in many moons, which is playing Monster Rancher casually. I'll just randomly get a monster and we'll see what's up. My competitive file doesn't have a lot of money on it, so this would be a good way to get some more money. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. I accidentally saved over my non-DXBL 4-3 layout with the DXBL one. So, you know, it looks like we're doing DXBL. That's illegal? Okay, so yes, this is a competitive file. Oh, we got Pussifer? Alright. Mochi James Keenan? Alright, well, we rolled, like, extremely easy mode. GG's. I'm calling him Maynard. Challenge runs in 2026 be like play a video game while having fun. That's what I'm saying. The thing is, there's not a lot left for me to do in this, right? Like, I've already... Oh, I've got no money. That's interesting. Well... Yeah, I'm, like, broke. We're fine, though. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, we were talking a little bit earlier about Windswept, which is a new game that I've been really enjoying. Came out a couple of weeks ago. And it's... I say this in the most loving way possible, but it's a ripoff of Donkey Kong Country 2. And, you know, it's great. It knows it's a ripoff. I think it would call itself a ripoff. It's basically Donkey Kong Country 2, except it's very difficult, and you're a little turtle and a duck, and you're trying to get home. It's a great game. I'm on the last level, which is basically like a challenge level. There's like, I've beaten the game, and then there's a bunch of like post-game like levels for sickos. And I'm on the levels for sickos right now. But I was looking at Steam reviews, and they're overwhelmingly positive. But there's a couple of people who their entire complaints are just that the game is too hard and therefore it's designed badly. And, you know, I think there's room for discussion of like a game can be designed well or not based on basically whatever criteria you want to argue. But the game does so many things. Like, it is aware it is difficult, and it's aware not everybody's going to be able to handle how difficult it is. So it gives you so many accessibility and like ease, like other options to make the game easier. You can just turn on invincibility, you can turn on infinite jumps, you can just skip levels if you don't like the level. You're like, oh, this is an underwater level, I hate doing this. You can just skip that shit. And also, up until like it gets to the FOCO mode levels, the levels are designed pretty well. The Fucko mode levels are a little bit too much, like, I put 1,000 saws in the level. Best of luck. Like, I don't know. It's frustrating to read it a little bit because I'm like, these people might actually just be mad that they're not as good as they want to be, right? People also just say Monster Rancher 2 is designed badly. Yeah, I think that's the thing I'm taking away from all this, is that it's fine for people to be wrong on the internet. I don't need to get tilted when people are being stupid, because more often than not, they're being stupid. Okay, I've literally got enough stats here to beat rank D. It doesn't look like it, but with 8, this is easy mode. I've got 23 loyalty. That's actually the determining factor here, but I think we can do it. I need to like hire somebody to come up with new and interesting challenges for this game for me to play. We're hanging out. No! The foolery, eh? I'm kind of playing the way that people who've never played the game before are playing right now. Raise the monster for a month? That's good enough. Time to enter my first tournament. Int Ape? Not even that big of a deal, honestly. Its int techs are pretty sick. And this one's got good int gains. It's got average int gains. You'll send my resume? It'll be vice president in charge of difficulty or something. I have way too many guts saved for that? Okay, that's fair. I'm not mashing constantly. That's the big difference. It is kind of interesting how much of a difference just like understanding how to play the game makes. Who would have thought knowing how to play the game makes playing the game easier, but... yeah. Oakley man who? Oakley Man's such like an interesting case study though, right? Because he's easily the most difficult monster in rank E. I don't think anybody's really got the ability to argue otherwise. But he has the second lowest stat total in rank E. The only monster in rank E with worse stats overall than him is Nats. When Drawfee played Monster Rancher 2, they rolled Ape Plan, just kept inadvertently making correct choices. Yeah, I saw a little bit of the stream. Monster Rancher is really funny when you're like watching people who like know a little bit about it, and all of their friends are like, this person is like an expert. And because it's so sick, they barely know more. They know 1% more than their friends, but that 1% more is like enough to make them like deified, you know? Alright. It would be nice to dodge, but I think I've landed all my attacks, so who am I to complain here? Just straight up withered the whole time, eh? She was also not telling them anything on purpose. The advice they were saying was like actually pretty solid. It was just like, you know, you could tell it was... Am I going to lose to... Milliam's going to win the whole tournament? Because I got hit by like 960s in a row. But it was not like... I don't know. This is one of those games where if you got a friend who like knows a little bit about the game and you don't know... Or sorry, if you know a little bit about the game, all your friends are like, this dude's an expert. The amount of times it's happened where someone... like another YouTuber or something people will come into my chat and be like, you should collab with so and so. They're like, they know everything there is to know about this game. And it's like, I don't even know who that guy is. Maybe they do. If you know too much, no one plays with you. In this game, I don't think you have to worry about knowing too much for people to not play with you. I think they're just not playing with you regardless. That was another conversation my friends and I were having a couple of weeks ago. Was they were talking about Smash and how it's like it's impossible to have fun playing Smash if you're playing with casuals and you know how to play. But I don't think that's true at all. I think it's a lot of fun to just, like, you know, there's 100 characters in the game. You can just pick someone you've never played before and fuck around with them. Skill issue, I think. Also, how's the stream? Is it still crackling and stuff, or has it been good since the first little bit? Seems fine now? Okay. It's been good. Hanging around the house. My mouse has been on the screen the whole time. Get your shit together. I don't even know what my goals are here. Like, this is the most casual I've played this game in forever. Like, we're just making money. But yeah, work has been insane, and I'm so happy it's almost done. It's just, a couple of like nightmare weeks in a row. So happy we're at the end. So happy I get to like work on stuff again. The amount of times where it's like, oh, I got home early. Maybe I can spend an hour working on the video today, and it's like, nah. Not today. I'm gonna go take a nap instead. Yeah, end of the busy season right now. It's always like this. But this year was busy, and also sometimes it's busy and it's mindless. It's been busy and also like very, very stressful. That's so BlazBlue. You're trying so hard. One of these days, maybe I'll play. I haven't played... I don't even know what the newest version of the game is. Last time I played BlazBlue would have been like 2010? 2011 maybe? So, you know, it's been a while. As a wise man once said. Is there a new BlazBlue? No, but it was free on Steam last week. BlazBlue, okay, cross tag, yeah. But I'm not playing that. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I just simply do not want to learn two characters. It's the only fighting game I've ever played where being typically good at fighting games makes you much worse at it. That you're exaggerating a little bit, but I understand where you're coming from. People say that about every high damage game. All right. I'm opening Pokken packs while I'm doing this, or Pokken. Oh, what do we got? Okay, I got anything good? No. I got one more. This set has been kind of interesting. I don't know how I feel about the megas, but I've opened a lot of packs from this set, and, you know, I'm still missing some key pieces. Trash. Both trash, whatever. You're playing Hyperdimension? Hell yeah. I only ever played it in Japanese. Like on emulator. Megas are kind of OP in a way that subtracts a bit of fun. I'm mostly just not a fan of the fact that Megas... You get to a point with Megas where it just drags out the game too long. I don't know. I think with more, when they release more, it'll be interesting. Right now, it's not that there's like no viable decks. There's like a lot of viable decks. Some use Megas, some don't. But there's definitely the most variety in like high level decks right now that there have been since the beginning of the game. Which is, you know, that's obviously very cool. What are we doing tonight? We're just chilling. We rolled something random at the shrine. I'm using this as a conduit to the chat more than anything else. But yeah, there's been a couple of fun decks. Magnazone's good again. Magnazone was never bad, to be honest, but it's back. Set up so fast, I'm sure there are ways to counter. I mean, Oricorio is making a lot of moves right now. Oricorio Magnazone is common deck. My favorite deck right now is Absol and then Shiinotic and Dusclops on the back line. And Dusclops just heals whatever you want. You can just like transfer damage over to him. So you can have an Absol with like essentially like 500 HP. Or Oricorio Jolteon, yeah, that's fair. Saw a card where your opponent names a card in their hand and you gotta guess its HP. But Stratus intentionally guess wrong so they draw cards and you attack scaling with enemy hand size. For what game? Is that like in the regular Pokemon TCG? That seems pretty funny. Ripbound? I don't know what that is. Is that the new League of Legends game? That's not the other card game they made? Yeah, because didn't League of Legends make a card game already? I'm going to be real. When I started streaming, I got this 4-3 layout and this made at the same time because I was playing a lot of Legends of Runeterra and I thought I was going to stream it. 5 years later, I've literally never streamed it. Just guess Black Lotus every time. They're asking for a number and you say Black Lotus. It's got to be the other way around, right? It can't just be like you name them Pokemon because then it's like, oh, that Pokemon has this much HP. Can we beat rank C yet? No. We're getting close, but not yet. I might chill on the no rest right now. He's still baby. Nuzlocke video's up to 40 minutes now. I have like our Nuzlocke series is almost over. I think the next video is coming out this week. We have the next episode of Monster Rancher 4 Saga tomorrow, and then later on in the week there's a new Nuzlocke video. And then, I thought it was almost over, but there's like probably 6 more episodes. Just because the next couple of monsters live so long. Most of them. I'm not going to spoil anything. There's technically 4 monsters left. I think it's cool that the ranch gets subtle perma updates here and there. Yeah, and they're just like in the background. Next mon is jungler, yeah. Yeah, so jungler's next. And then 3 monsters after him. Jungler did work in the Nuzlocke. Jungler is like definitely one of the best monsters for the challenge. It's got the good nature for it. It's got best techs. Easy to raise stats. Decent lifespan. Good life type. Pretty not good starting stats, which allows you to kind of roll through rank E and D easily. People love Nuzlocks. People do love Nuzlocks. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, Ilky, how you doing? I need to start doing the Northern Lion thing where he like has a notepad of like different things to talk about and then just pretend they're spontaneous. Hey, you guys ever think about X or Y? Have you ever thought about this topic? Because I'm not that I'm at a loss, not that I'm unable to just yap, but it's probably the strat. You gotta pull out a notepad. How much power do I need before I can just move on? I think it's more about life that I'm worried about. BlazBlue is the best game ever. It's not even the best Arxis fighting game. That's the crazy part. So Monster Rancher 2 challenges. In the next Monster Rancher 4 video, I talk about at the time it was new, the new AI suggestions panel on YouTube, where you click on it and it gives you video ideas. And the video ideas were like, history of Monster Rancher versus Pokemon competitive. And which then like shit like that doesn't make any sense. And then the thumbnail would always be some like prismatic, like, you know, every color of the rainbow is in it, and then it's just like an eyeball monster floating or something, and just like the most heinous mid-journey level AI nonsense. Very funny. I bring back the old era of Nuzlocke where there are melodramas and sometimes you lie because it makes a better story. I'm gonna be real. We've watched very different YouTube videos. We've lived very different lives. Definitely Holy Spirit Suezo. No, it had like 9 eyeballs. Biblically accurate Suezo, they say. Cool, people could custom mod Monster Rancher 2 story modes. I mean, I think you can do that. Just getting Forte poses in the Hall of Fame. Okay, so that's the goal here. What pose do we want with him? Because it determines how we train him from now on. I think Big Banana, where he's got his finger up in the air. Yours is the banana that will pierce the heavens. Alright. We're gonna do that. We're gonna get the banana. Sneeze, I don't know if Sneeze would make a good picture. I mean, again, I don't know when the freeze frame for any of them is. Like if it's moment of impact, or if it's just in the air. Like for Thwack, is it like hands down? Red jumpsuit apparatus, or is it like hands up? First part of the hands up, hands down from Limp Bizkit. From Rollin'. Did Red Jumpsuit Apparatus and Dashboard Confessional both had a song called Hands Down, right? Red Jumpsuit fucking sucks though, so I don't know why they came up first in my mind. Like, what a truly awful band. What's going on with the bossy? We're just chilling tonight. Rare casual stream. Maybe you'll catalog them? Seems like a lot of work. I'm kind of broke. I can't beat the Heroes Cup. Mandy Cup? I think I can beat Mandy Cup. That sounds like fun. We're just hanging out. We're chilling tonight. I underestimate your tism for the game? That might be true. There's like 500 attacks in the game though, so best of luck. Need a mode where the monsters changes after every tournament? Like my guy? It just, oh, that'd be sick. Change the breed to something random after every single tournament. Kind of like imposes, you can always just use Cheat Engine to get it done quickly. I think even with Cheat Engine it would be laborious. I know I'm running out of money, don't worry about it. No deadline, no worries, that's true. I love the picture for the Mandy Cup. It's just got the camel chilling. Just hanging out. Alright, kind of a killer tournament, but I think we got it. I'm simply better at the game than you, Susvane. I don't know how much it'll matter, but... A monster where you... Challenge where you only use monsters from a single band's entire discography? To do what? Like, beat the game? Alright. Pyramid Forte would be cool, yeah. That'd be a sick one. I tried really hard to get acrobatics on Arrowhead, and I ended up overflowing it. Like, I used it too many times. I used too many guts on it that it actually overflowed. And ended up going long punch for the Forte, because that was the second one. The second highest. Post to the hardcore Nuzlocke nowadays, the first ones I remember thrived on narratives that come from things fainting or clutching, so every now and then you could tell history got rewrote. I gotcha. I see what you're saying. Look at this. It's like a little baby monkey and a big monkey. Alright, we're swanging. And then the foolery? I have 91 loyalty. I did foolery twice in no, that's not what I want to do. I did foolery twice in that tournament. Both were 1% chances. Sometimes raw hardcore Nuzlocks are hilarious narratively though. So the closest thing I did to like changing narrative or anything is I changed the order that I got some of the monsters in for the sake of putting together like a compilation video where a bunch of guys died like instantly. So I thought it'd be funny to have a video of like 6 different monsters that all lived for a year and a half. Alright, the same shit's happening, man. I got a better chance to hit, and I can't fucking hit. I can't get power. This is killing me, dude. It's killing my monkey, too. Yeah, we got him. It's okay. Hey! Gerald, how are you doing? It's very funny. It's important. It's important to make it like watchable, right? The enemy monsters in tournaments get bigger. I was editing footage and I was bigger than Harry Kicks in one tournament, and then you're the same size in the next tournament. So it's not that they get bigger, it's that monsters have data in tournament. And as far as the enemy monsters are concerned, it's tournament by tournament. It's not like there's a Harry Kicks info that gets loaded in. It's like, no, for this tournament, this is like the info. So there's some discrepancies. Like in the... is it the New Year Cup? The New Year Cup Gotrek is like baby-sized. There's a couple of examples like that. Harry Kicks is another one. It's not that they're getting bigger and smaller. It's that for specific tournaments, they will be bigger or smaller. Alright, we're chilling this time. Alright, same shit as last time, eh? Mamma mia. Whatever, we made some money. I don't really care too much. We're still like super babies, so I'm not gonna like grind out a rank C tournament. I don't even think it was intentional. No, it definitely wasn't intentional. They just made some mistakes. I forgot how satisfying the battle sound effects are in these games. The battle sound effects are sick. The thing that's like most like fascinating to me in terms of like this game was ahead of its time is the camera work and the animations of like the attacks. There's so much weight and like cinematics behind like every single movement, to the point where the other games feel weird in comparison. Monster Rancher 3 has the weird like little cut-ins where it says the name of the move, and then it looks kind of bizarre. Monster Rancher 4's attacks are like really fast and they don't have like any weight behind them. Line Monster Farm's kind of the same way, where it's like attacks just happen, there's like a big explosion. Even the stuff that has like production value, quote-unquote production value behind it, is just like, okay, a thing happened. There's like no sense of like, oh, that really must have hurt or whatever. I don't know. They spent so much time dialing in all the important stuff. The stuff that made it feel fun to play. So it's always so funny to me when people are like critical of the game. It's kind of funny to me just in general when people are critical of games, because even when I'm critical of games, I'm talking about Monster Rancher 4, I'm not a big fan of it. It's still like a fine game. I think it tries too much and it doesn't really succeed in any of the things it's trying to do. But like, it's a small miracle that the game exists at all. Like, it's still like a 6 out of 10 game. 6 out of 10 is pretty good. Dynamic camera animations feel so powerful. 7 did that well. 8 and 9's cameras were way more stationary than 7's. Yeah, but 8 and 9 had more than like 9 polygons on the screen at a time. Also, I don't know. Like, I understand what you're saying. But 9's were like crazy when it came to like the summoning. Kind of dig what Monster Farm Line does with the killing blow animation. Not only for that game, Monster Rancher 2 does it best. With like the slowdown, yeah, that's okay. Also, sometimes we're simply not in the mood for even good games. I don't understand it. Like, I was talking to friends who got new Metroid. And all my friends who have it are like, this game rocks. Like, this game's sick. I'm loving every minute of it, Jerry. But then I had friends who were like, oh, the desert looks stupid, so I'm not going to get it. Or like, I don't like that the jukebox feature is a feature I will never use, is locked behind an amiibo. That's stupid. That's egregious. The game sucks. And it's like, you people aren't serious. Like, either you care way too much about games, or like you don't actually care at all about games. Like, you're very clearly not in like the healthy spot where it's like, games are kind of cool. It's sick that I can go play a game like that, you know? Paywalling background music behind an amiibo is so funny, but it's not paywalling background music. It's paywalling the jukebox function. There is background music in that area of the game. It's still weird, but like, I've never used the jukebox function in any game. And I know, you know, that doesn't mean that nobody ever has, but it's not only is it not necessary to play the game, it's also not like the intended way to play the game. Also, he doesn't like fish. He keeps doing like the scratchy thing, which he does when he likes something, but it's stressing him out. I just realized that. I've been feeding him fish this whole time. Why is it giving him stress? Heard that there's no music at all. Yeah, straight up because people were lying about it. Because, you know, being honest about a game doesn't get likes on Twitter. PTSD from Digimon World Jukebox making the game crash? Yeah. But that's the only reason there's even any sort of discourse around it, is because people lied that there was no music. Gally doesn't appear after Monster Rancher 2. He appears in Advance 2, and that's it. And then he appears in Line Monster Farm. I think the only games I've ever used a jukebox in are like the Tony Hawk games. Metroid normally has good music. It's also like atmospheric to a fault, almost. And I can't imagine like listening to whatever music I want in like a Metroid game. It just seems like bizarre to me. Like, they do so much work to like make every area feel like exactly how it's supposed to feel. The jukebox in NHL. Okay, so I think if it's like licensed music, it's different. That's what we're all saying here. In Madden 2006? I think that's the one with the AFI on it, right? It's on a couple. I think 2003 had Leaving Song Part 2, which is kind of crazy. And then 6 had Summer Shudder or something. I think 6 also had X's and O's by Atreyu. Which I remember being like, dude, it's sick that they included this. And also it had... What's that annoying Anti-Flag song? This is the end. For you, my friend. Worst song on the album, but... we don't talk about them anymore because... Homie's canceled. It's kind of funny looking back to like sessions I've done with musicians who are like totally canceled now. Like, I've done some weird ones. Monkey's Paw Curls, you get new Monster Rancher, but just about every subread gets underdeveloped in favor of putting the entire budget into Pixie. So every Monster Rancher game, I get a regular Monster Rancher game. Is the new Metroid Switch 2 exclusive? No, it also plays on regular-ass Switch. And from what my friends have been saying, it's like the best looking game on Switch 1. Let's do another tournament. We got a lot of lifespan to run through. Even 2 does this. Golem and Pixie. No one else. But yeah, like Line Monster Farm already is that. That's the monkey's paw. The thing that's like really frustrating about it is they keep introducing new subbreeds and stuff. And it's like, oh, that's cool. And then you realize none of the subbreeds they're introducing are actually combinations of existing monsters. Everything is just like a question mark subbreed. Which just feels like a wasted opportunity. Also, yeah, Japan only doesn't help. That's so sick. I forgot I had the Mr. Beast thing on. Hell yeah. It's the creature, baby. I fucking forgot. I forgot I made this. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Everyone's a question mark subbreed, no one is, or something like that. Yeah. I may have not removed my retexturing. I don't know if I can beat Rock Geiger. I just don't think I can dodge enough. Can I get power? There we go. We're in it. Yeah, it's still enough. How's the little project of making skins for Monster Hunter 2 subbreeds been going? It's been going pretty good. It's slowed down a lot, which makes sense because the initial hype is fallen off. But I think they have like 300-ish monsters added to the game. The Deluxe Cup coming up is going to be... I don't know a format yet, but we are going to be playing with the More Monsters mod on. So, you know, it'll be pretty sick to pick a new breed that nobody's ever seen before. When's the Deluxe Cup? It'll be February sometime. Hey, Ariados, how are you doing? Yeah, I keep feeding him fish for no reason. It's like, he doesn't like it. It's stressing him out. It is really funny how easy this game is when you just, like, know how it works, though. I was playing Air Guys today because my friend is holding a tournament tomorrow. He's been doing a multi-month like tournament series where every day or like every week he holds a tournament on a new fighting game that's like really underexplored. And this week is Air Guys, and I'm so sad because it's tomorrow, and I'm working tomorrow. But I would have loved to enter. Just playing a little bit today, just, you know, to get my my FOMO out of the way. And goddamn, what a difficult to control game. If you guys don't know, Air Guys is kind of like a Power Stone. It's like a 3D you run around type fighter, but it's got the Final Fantasy VII characters in it. I can't imagine the high of being the person that gets a monster banned reworked. I mean, there's going to be a lot of them because a lot of things are going to have Metal Nurse subbreeds that didn't normally. So some shit's just going to be simply stronger than anything we've ever seen before. Is it a party game? It's 1v1. Remember thinking Air Guys is the sickest thing ever? I gotta collect some footage of it because I talk about it in the new video too. It has like 10 originals and like 5 Final Fantasy VII dudes, yeah. And then like an original that's just Red 13, but it's a dog called Django. That's totally not Red 13. But yeah, it's who's in it? It's Yuffie, Tifa, Cloud, Sephiroth, Zack. It's Red 13 at home. It's red 13 with the color drained out of him. He's just gray. Blue 14? It's more of a gray 11, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Hey Bob, how are you doing? It's pretty sick. I can show some of it off, I guess. Blue 31? He wanted a 13, but they drew a 31? They say he's trying too hard and he's not quite hip, but in his own mind, he's the dopest trip. Offspring were in my top 5 bands this year, which is crazy, but I did listen to a lot of Smash. A lot of the songs on Smash are in my my workout playlist, so that's probably why they made it. And yeah, it also has like a straight up like action RPG attached to it. 3-hour nap and feel awful? That's 2 hours too long, brother. I've been there. Alright guys, God bless the ring. Yeah, it's sick. It's also it's more technical than like a Power Stone. Like there's a lot of combos and there's like just frame inputs and things like that. A lot of like stuff they stole from Tekken. There's a character that's straight up just supposed to be Kazuya, except he's got a gun on his arm. Kind of sick. It's not necessarily a good game, but it has the sickness. I mean, I don't know if I would call the adventuring aspect of it a good game, but it is very sick. You're right. Yeah, there's a bunch of mini games as well. I remember the first time I played Ehrgeiz, I was like, this is PlayStation 2 graphics. Why would anybody need a PlayStation 2? That game, and it's not even like that nice, but it's pretty good. Ehrgeiz and like Wipeout 3 were my, and Vagrant Story I think were my like, this is the best video games will ever look, or like not the best they will ever look, but like they are just as good as anything on the PS2, on the new console that's coming out. I do want to make a video on story modes in fighting games, which I'm sure is a video that like 100 other people have already made, but it's just going to be an excuse to talk about Soul Calibur 2 and then Ehrgeiz. Yeah. Alright. I think we just move up to rank B. We can do it. Satisfying move to do there is Azuna drop the ninja. It's so difficult for me. I've been looking up moves and I don't understand what the moves are telling me. There's a lot of stuff where it's like do a 360 like on the D-pad, and it's like, okay, when do I do that? Because it just says do a 360 and it's like, I can't just run in a circle. That's not a move, brother. Like, when do I input that? It's me with Dreamcast graphics, like holy shit, things can be round. Dude, imagine the topography that was like just spheres. Couldn't do triangles, couldn't do squares. It was just spheres. That'd be sick. I guess that's what Balls 3D is. Maybe we don't need to go back. Maybe we're okay moving forward. We did it. We won. We beat the kitty cat. I should probably at some point raise my skill. Balls opposite of Vectrex? Kind of, yeah. All these squares make a circle? Oh no. But no squares are allowed. What do? He's adolescent. I should probably feed him the Troron. It's free real estate, Jimbui. Alright, I don't like getting withered for 11. I finally have... Okay. Really sick to, like, never fucking dodge, eh? It adds spice to the game when you can't get out of the way of anything. This freaking monkey, man. PlayStation can produce mind-boggling effects. It can. It can produce 2 skeletons at the same time. People said it couldn't be done. I was watching Continue play a Super Highlight the other day. Or maybe it was today. It's been a long day. It's been a long day dealing with this. It's been a long time since I felt so sick. I love Continue, though. They're still killing it, man. There's like 3 channels I watch, which is like Northern Lion, Red Letter Media, and then Secret Base, and then a very close 4th is Continue. Really like Continue? Yeah, I've been watching longer than like any other channel I've watched on YouTube. Still have that texture for Pandora? Yeah, I know. I forgot to turn it off. Alright, can we get power? Yeah, here we go. My turn. Fuck you. Hell yeah, buddy. So the goal here, more than anything else, is just I'm trying to like bankroll my ranch again because I'm pretty broke. So we just grabbed a random monster from the shrine. Make some money. Scorigami series is unmatched. You love the Mr. Beast color Pandora? Hell yeah. I have to make a video at some point. Well, I guess when I get ready to get the deluxe cup up and I talk about more monsters, I'll just show off some of the, or all of the monsters I've made. And that'll be the thumbnail. Yeah, Scorigami's good, but like everything they make is good. I've obviously copied John Boy's a lot in some of my videos. The Golem video is just straight up a pretty good video. Like I aped the whole thing as a bit. I've been watching the Tool Time videos because they finally released them off of Patreon. And goddamn, they're good, man. It's called Fool Time, right? Never made the connection. I'm literally doing a bit in the video, though. The Breaking Madden videos. I haven't really watched the Breaking Madden videos. Like, that's a little bit before when I started watching. I do like the Fumble Dimension stuff, which is kind of Breaking Madden spiritual successor, but I haven't watched much of Kofi's new channel. I watched a couple of videos when, like, because there's a whole thing where, like, they let go of a shit ton of their staff, and he got canned. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to check out his new videos. But whoever he had editing his videos was, like, really, really sloppy. And so I was like, I just kind of, like, bounced off of it. I don't, you know. I wasn't like, oh, God, I'll never watch again or anything like that. But I remember one of the videos was, like, it had him flubbing a line and then repeating the line. And the flub was just left in. Like, they forgot to edit out the flub. And then immediately after, it like cuts off like halfway through a sentence into something else. It was just, you know, sloppy's the right word for it. And, you know, I'm sure it got better over time, but I just, for whatever reason, just stopped watching. No, I didn't like do it maliciously. I wasn't like, oh, this shit sucks, I'm never watching again. But it's, it was just like, Oh yeah, that's right. He has a channel. Like I forgot about it. Watching Secret Base and Kofi for a while now, but now that you mention, I could see the threads. Yeah, I don't know anything about the goings on. All right, we're already up 2 grand from where we started. That's not too shabby. I got Choron, right? Yeah. Let's just feed him this. So that's 20 more skill. If I work on his skill, that'll give me a boost. Raising Tram right now. Choron and Paradox have been very helpful. Hell yeah. I'm so excited to hit Prime with this guy because his stat gains are gonna kind of pop. Big 4 tourneys pay a lot. Yeah, once I'm in rank S, it's just gonna be the whole thing. Thinking of starting a save file on Monster Hunter DS. I think I can play it peripherally while I do my work. I think I maybe have like 15 hours in DS. I started playing it when Tiana and I started dating. Because she had a DS with like the pirate card, the flash card. And I was just like, oh shit, I can play this Monster Hunter game I've never played before. And I got super hyped about it. And I played it a little bit and I was like, yeah, it's okay. But I remember you like miss little things, right? You miss little things about old games. And it's why when people are really critical about Monster Hunter 3, I understand, even though I disagree, because I think Monster Hunter 3 is fantastic, and you just have to look past the fact that, you know, there's no combination in it. A thing that like really got to me is that there's almost no, there's like no variety in the techs. There's only like 4 different guts values for techs in the game. So everything either takes, and this is an example, I don't remember off the top of my head, it either takes like 16, 24, 32, or 50 guts. Every attack in the game is one of those 4 values. And it's just like really bizarre. I don't know why they did that. The mechanic where if you reset the game without saving, it knows and dumps your monster's fusion compatibility. That's kind of funny. I didn't know that. It does Mr. Rossetti. That's sick. It's not sick, but like it's funny. Also, stat inflation at the end. Don't Google Monster Hunter inflation for more info. Yeah, you can go well over 1,000. You can do that in, what do you call it? Evo as well, right? Evo, I think the cap is like 2,000 or something. Or maybe there is no cap, it's just that it's unlikely you get higher than that. Manseaton? I think we can take Manseaton Cup. We're in money-making monkey mode right now. Game with as much RNG as Monster Hunter punishing save scumming is wild. Yeah. It's certainly not something I would add to a game like this. I trudged through DS just to confirm that true ending. Yeah, it's weird, man. I don't know why they did that. I have a whole like short little video from like back when DX first launched. We were talking about it, but the true ending to DS is that you have an orgy with all of the female characters in the game. This is not like one of those situations where it's like you can read it a specific way and it's like, oh, What they? Oh, like, you know, like a fucking. I don't even have words. But you know when people do. If I just throw on like an annoying YouTuber voice, like, you'll never believe what they added to this game. This game was for children. Like, you know, that type of shit where it's like they exaggerate something that's like super mundane for the sake of like clicks or whatever. No, it's quite literally, you quite literally have an orgy. You don't see anything, but all of the characters talk about how much fun they had last night with you during like a sleepover. And you're the only person that wasn't invited was your assistant. Very convincing YouTuber voice. I have a lot of disdain for the people in my field. But yeah, she wasn't invited. And she's like, what are you guys talking about? And it's, you know, the game has the opportunity to back out. The game has the opportunity to be like, we're just kidding or whatever. Because the dialogue is set up in a way where the assistant is like incredulous. She's like, you're not saying what I think you're saying. And they're like, maybe we are. And she's like, no, are you serious? And it's like, I don't know. And it just like keeps going back and forth like that to like hammer it home. They could have like easily been like, it's a joke, we're just fucking with you or whatever. But no, they just kept going. It's pretty explicit is the wrong word, but it is very implicit. Pokemon kind of hardcore when you think about it. And go back to the YouTuber voice. You guys ever think about how Pokemon is just dogfighting? It's so crazy that Michael Vick went to jail for something Ash Ketchum's allowed to do at 10 years old. Did Michael Vick even go to jail? I don't know. I don't remember. Hypno kinda, you know. Yeah. Dude, entire generation of people are like, Game Dev, what were they thinking? What the heck? He did? Okay. Really, because of fame? Yeah, that does happen. These guys are seriously twisted. How could these game devs do this? Shut the fuck up, guy I am mad at in my head right now. You motherfucker, you. I don't even like doing the voice. I kind of like doing the voice, but after it's done, I'm like, I'm mad. It's like, I've made myself angry. Vic got out on good behavior after donating his Pokedex info to science. Hell yeah. Oak was just like, he's done too much good for society. I was going to do the Manseaton Cup and I forgot, but Pure Silver's coming up. So we're just going to rock that instead. People do that too much with Monster Rancher. It's so mean-spirited. I hate it. Yeah. Yeah, people are like really shitty about Monster Rancher, but like I don't take it personally because Monster Rancher is not my identity. It's just one of those things where it's like it's easy to feel attacked because this thing you like is like getting dumped on by people who like kind of don't give a shit. But I think it's really good for your soul to be able to separate people joking about a thing that like you really enjoy and realizing that like those people's opinions are like kind of ass and it's fine for them to like be shitty about it. Like I don't remember that dude's name, but there's a guy who made a video. He's a big YouTuber, like 200,000 subs or whatever, about the etymology of all the Monster Rancher names, which is like a weird thing to do. Like, who cares? Especially considering Monster Rancher is like, the names are just like animals because they are supposed to be kind of scientific in nature. They're like taxonomical. They're not really like clever. They're like, if you saw a brown cat outside, you wouldn't name the brown cat like, I don't know. You would say it's a brown cat. You wouldn't like come up with like that's a chocolate feline or whatever, right? It would just be like, that's like a brown cat. You're not coming up with something interesting, because you need to be able, if you are in a scientific community, to quickly identify the thing. That's kind of Monster Rancher 2 specifically. That's why the names exist the way they exist. That's kind of what they were going for. But yeah, you made this huge video about how all the names are stupid. Most of them because they're like that. It's like, what? They named the hare? These lazy game devs. But then the rest were just like, it was just obnoxious the whole way through, where he's like reading from the wiki, and he did the thing where Kamui, this tiger's name is Kamui, and Kamui comes from the Japanese Samui, which is Japanese for cold. And it's like, it's not, you fucking moron. Like, I know you spent like 4 minutes putting this video together to get like 100,000 views, because, you know, there is a cost benefit to like not spending a lot of time to like make a good product on YouTube if you can get as many views making something that like kind of sucks. Like, it's fine. Like, I'm not personally offended by that, but you know, I can roll my eyes at it. Like, it's obnoxious. But a lot of people were like legitimately pissed at it, and I think people gotta like relax a little bit and like realize, even me, like, YouTubers are barely real people, right? Like, most YouTubers don't have someone in their life checking them on stuff, right? Which is how you get all this garbage. There's nobody looking at the stuff they're making being like, here's a second opinion, or like, you should try a little bit harder. Nobody is doing that. Comments are doing that, but you shouldn't be reading YouTube comments to begin with. So whether or not it's good advice, like, it's not safe to wander in there. You can't be reading the YouTube comments.
I want to play video games.
Hey. Monkey Punch would be like, thank you, uncle.
That one's really funny too, because like, you know, uncle is like a thing in a lot of in a lot of like Asian cultures, where like any friend of your parents is like an uncle or an auntie, right? It's just, that's how you describe them. It's like, oh, this is my my dad's old college roommate, and they've kept in touch, and he comes by the house, whatever. That's my uncle, even if there's no blood relation, right? And in Monkey Puncher, you're visited by a man who is a friend of your father's, and after like 2 sentences, if you are a native English speaker and you're like not aware of that, it's really weird, because it goes like, I'm a friend of your father's, and then they say, okay, bye uncle, like immediately after, and it seems like it's a mistranslation, but it's not. It's just like a bad localization. I'm a quality content provider. Well, thank you. You know, I try not to get, you know, up my own ass about it too much, but I do try to make stuff that I think is like legitimately good. And I've tried the make stuff for the sake of making it, and that was a thing I was doing when Ultra Kaiju came out. I got a little bump in my channel, and I started making videos every day, basically shorts before the short format existed, and it was such a grind to get them done. I did it for like a month. I put out a video every day, and I was so miserable at the end, because only like 1 in 3 were getting any views at all. I think there's a few of them that still only have like 400 views or whatever. And I was like, why am I putting in this effort to like, this is promotion for the channel, and I understand there's a commerce aspect to it, but I wasn't enjoying it at all. And I was like actively like, I'm going to stop doing this. I'm going to like work on something else the rest of my life. I don't want to do this ever again. And I took like a month off, and then I'm like, I should just like make good videos again. And so now like the Monster Rancher 4 videos, I haven't edited any of them. I've watched them, but the Project L is doing those. I'm not working on them at all. It's simply too much work, And it's not to say they're bad videos. I think he's done a really good job. The Monkey Puncher video too, he edited that. But I'm literally only doing Rancher Rundowns, and I'm finishing off the Nuzlocke series, and he's doing everything else. And I think he's doing a really good job. But I am also happy that I don't have to be the one slaving away at it, you know? Have good attitude and you treat people with respect, like real people. You should you should read some of the comments on the first Digimon World video I made. I did a stream for Digimon World, and people were like legitimately angry that I was like getting tilted with backseaters. I'd never played the game before, and my whole vibe was I wanted to go in blind and chill. And people wouldn't let me. They'd be like, "You're doing this wrong," or like, "How come you're not doing this?" Or like, "Chad, is he stupid? Does he not realize X and Y?" And I had to be like, "Guys, you need to like calm down and like let me play the game." And it just like kept escalating and escalating. And it would be like, "Why is he doing this? Like, these decisions are so stupid," and like over and over again. And I got to the point where I'm like, "Shut the fuck up, you gotta stop, go home, like leave me alone, I'm just trying to chill and have a good time." And the comments were like, "This guy doesn't deserve to have a channel, he's so rude, he's such an asshole to his viewers, like no wonder nobody watches this shit." And it was like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? And it was just two guys. It wasn't a whole lot of people, right? But there was like two guys who they had a thread, and you know, if you're still watching, I appreciate you guys. And also I will never see another one of your comments again, because you're hidden from the channel. So you can post, but nobody will ever see it. It's pretty nice. But yeah, it was two guys just going back and forth like, "Yeah, this guy is such an asshole. Yeah, I can't believe he has any fame or notoriety at all." Like, I don't. Like, what? I got like 12,000 like subscribers. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it's like, some people just don't deserve their level of success. So, like, this is garbage. What a piece of shit. And just like just talking to each other about how much of an asshole I am. Like, I'm removed from the conversation. They're just jerking each other off at this point. They're just having a little goon sesh in the comments. And I got to a point where I'm like, I'm just gonna hide both these folks. Google's AI apparently knows who I am. What does that mean? That's terrifying. Probably. Oh, like if you Google me, if you say Moose Bones on Google, it explains who I am. I was playing an old video game, yeah. I was getting tilted, like, you know, I was not being super nice to chat, but the stuff I was saying that like really bothered them was like kind of crazy. Like, somebody said something about how, oh, I had Numamon, and they're like, "Oh my god, just fucking kill this guy already." And my response was like, or like, "Why haven't you fucking killed him already?" or something like that. And my response was like something like, "So the doctor said to your mom," or whatever. Like, I don't, it was just like stupid off the top of my head. And they're like, "I can't believe you advocated for the murder of this viewer because of he said something mean to you. Like, you're such a piece of shit." And it's like, no, it's banter, you fucking moron. Like, so he's allowed to be an asshole to me, and I'm not allowed to like fight back? Like, shut the fuck up. Like, you're a big pussy. That's bait? It would have been bait if it wasn't like 40 comments deep into a thread where like two guys were just like talking to each other, and like I hadn't seen any of it. But yes, if he had just said it like out of nowhere, it would have been bait, 100%. Back in the day, Google searching your channel would link to Smashwiki. What? There's no way I'm on Smashwiki. It's funny, some people don't really know what banter is. There's a lot of people who think they are allowed to insult me, and then when I hit back in like a fun way, they get tilted. And it's like, fuck off, like, what an asshole. And it's like, no, dude, like, sorry, I'm not like, I'm an actual person. If you say something to me, I'm going to say something back. And if I can misconstrue what you said for the sake of making it entertaining for the stream and everyone watching, we're gonna do it. If you say something that's like kind of mean, I'm going to extrapolate that into like the worst possible thing possible. Worst possible thing possible. Almost like that sentence was. Smash Wiki or YouTube Wiki, it said Moose Bones is a Smash commentator from Ontario. That's crazy. Streamerpedia with my page on it? I've never looked up any of this stuff. I didn't know I was here on anything. I was a Smash commentator from Ontario, though. I'm on a couple of the biggest streams of all time. I don't think I'm on Smash Wiki. The biggest stream I commentated was GOML 2016, which was a really big year because I think it was the first major that none won. I didn't do Melee, but I did Smash 4. And it was also the first time I think anybody beat Zero before, you know, Life beat him for talking to minors. And so it was like a pretty historic tournament. Mooseball's real name Nash is a Twitch streamer who streams Monster Hunter 2 DX and Guilty Gear Strive. He used to do commentary for the Canadian FGC and commentate all of Toronto's biggest Smash events. This is from Google, right? I'm trying to... That sounds like word for word a thing I said once in one of my videos. From Streamerpedia? I didn't even know Streamerpedia was a thing. Yeah, I did a couple of really big Smash 4 tournaments in Canada. I did all the big Smash 4 tournaments in Canada until 2019. And then, okay, here's a story. I don't think I've told this one on stream yet. Maybe I have. We'll play some more of the game while I'm doing it. But I think it was GOML 2018 or something. I'm growing a mullet? No, I'm just... have not had a chance to cut my hair. It's kind of mullety though, you're right. So I was doing a block with one of my friends. We had done commentary for like 4 hours, and then we get a notification that it's like, hey, can you guys stay on a little bit longer? The people who were supposed to relieve you aren't showing up. So we're like, all right, it's another 4 hours, but like, it is what it is. And so we go through it. We're like at the end. It's like, it's got to be close to top 8 at this point. And we're both exhausted. And we hear a cue from stream that's like, all right, good job, guys. That's it. And what they meant was we're cutting for a commercial break. But it was not really communicated properly, right? So we both got up and we left. And then it turns out they needed us to commentate like 4 more matches. But my co-commentator had left and he was in the washroom. And I'm like drinking and I'm like talking to some people, and one of the stream runners runs over to me. I think one of the guys directing the show. And he's like, what are you doing? Like, we have more games lined up. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, we were told we're done. And they're like, who said you were done? I'm like, the guy on the comms. He was talking to us. He's like, he never said that. And it's like, he did, man. Like, me and the guy I was with would not have both like misunderstood what he was talking about. And he's like, well, you got to get back on there. And I'm like, I don't have to do anything. Like, this is a volunteer gig, and I've just done 8 hours of commentary. And then he's like, I don't like the way you're talking to me. And I'm like, don't fucking talk to me like that. Like, you're not my boss, man. You're some random guy, and I'm a volunteer who's helping run your event so you get paid. And then, so like, I walked away. And then, like, years later, maybe 2 years later, I'm at an after party for Canada Cup, which is like, it was the biggest fighting game tournament in Canada before, you know, the plug got pulled on it because the dude running it's a huge moron. But we're at the after party, and I see the guy who I like had this argument with setting up some stream stuff, because I guess he's gonna stream some matches at the after party. And I'm like, oh, hey, how are you doing? Long time no see, this and that. And he doesn't really remember who I am. And he's like, oh, sorry, man. Like, I can't really picture the face. I'm like, oh, I did commentary for a bunch of GOMLs. I think the last one I did was like 2018. And he's like, oh, 2018. Do you remember Moose Bones? And I'm like, Nah, man, never heard of him. He's like, oh, that dude's a fucking asshole. And he starts telling me the story from his side. The story from his side is that I walked up to him and said, do you know who I am? You can't talk to me like this. I'm more important than the entire stream, and I'm going home now. And I'm talking, like, my friend is there. And we're just listening to this, and we're like, oh, yeah? That sounds crazy. He sounds like a huge asshole. And then we walked away, and we burst out laughing. And it was crazy, dude. Oh, I don't know why I sold that. But it's just like, it's so crazy how two people can have the same argument. They can both be privy to all of the same information, all of the same words that were said, and their takeaway from it is completely different. Ban Moose Bones? I literally did get banned. I wasn't asked back the year, like the next 2 years after that. But yeah, it was pretty funny. It's like, none of that shit happened, man. That's not how it went down at all. I said, don't talk to me that way because you were yelling at me. And it's like, I'm not your employee. Like, if you're going to be a huge asshole to me and not just be like, oh, please, can you help us out? I would have done it. I would have done it. If all he had to be was like, man, I'm so sorry. Can you please help out? Instead of yelling at me. I would have done it. It wouldn't have been a problem. I would have been tilted. I would have been like, oh, I can't do another 2 hours of this shit. But I would have done it. And instead, he invented a guy to get mad at in his head. And years later, he was so tilted about it that when I said the year, his first thought was, that fucking guy. That's the first thing he thought of. And I also, like, I understand why it would be tilting for him, because he's got to find someone to do commentary for like 4 matches or something, right? Like, not a lot of time to do matches. Like, he didn't need me for a lot of time afterwards, but he's got to run around the venue and find someone, or else they're just on break, on hiatus on the commercial forever, and it's a big deal. I understand, but like, you don't have to like make something up in your head. I don't know. How was the villain in his hero story? 100%. It's crazy to imagine how many times he's replayed the story in his head and made it a little worse every time. He's really, like, has to be thinking about it a lot for me to just bring up the year casually in a completely different setting and for him to immediately go there, right? Like, I ruined this dude's life. That's crazy. And I got no ill will towards him. He was stressed out, and he talked to me like an asshole, right? And I responded mostly in kind and told him I wasn't going to be talked to like that. And I get it. He was stressed out. It is what it is. I harbor no ill will, but that dude hates me. And it's pretty funny. It's definitely not like a relationship I'm willing to like put the work into like mend. After this, I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta go get some water. Let me just like beat Pirto's ass real quick. That was too much talking. My voice is sore now. In theory, I should beat Pirto's ass, but Slap should do it. Yeah. Okay, we got him. Okay, BRB, folks. I will see you guys in a sec. Hey, welcome back, everybody. You guys ever hear about this Moose Bones guy? Heard he's such an asshole. He straight up left in the middle of volunteering to commentate on a Smash tournament. Yeah, I know. It does sound pretty bad when you leave all the context out of it. There's actually more to this story that makes it significantly funnier. And it pains me that I cannot elaborate on it, or else it kind of doxes the company, like companies I've worked for. Because beyond Smash, I've had interactions with him in my personal capacity and my professional capacity that have always worked out for me. That's all I'm gonna say. But I can't say anymore because it'll be easy to like connect the dots on companies and like clients I've had in the past. I ended up in the discussion tab on the YouTube Steam page, and there was a dude accusing YouTube guys of cheating, faking a zoom in the video. Oh yeah, man. I got that a lot. People were saying, I think it was on the Zoom video. People were talking about how it's like, don't listen to this advice. It's all bullshit. He's obviously cheated. And the thing that like caused him to say I was cheating was that I had $32,000, like 32,000 gold on my account. Like that was the sticking point. I'm back, sorry, that was the wrong button. Oh, stats and all the Teach vid? Yeah, okay, so that happens too. They just think everybody who plays above the level that they did when they were 8 years old is cheating. But yeah, Goat, what you're talking about is on the Steam forums page, right? Mine is like specifically on the video. He's like yelling at me saying that I cheated, and then why I cheated is because I had too much money, and the money I had was like 32 grand. You asshole. You freaking worm, you. How's it feel? How does it feel like... I'm still alive, baby. Fuck you. Can I please dodge something? 80% on the thing. I'm probably not dodging that. Alright. That's fine. Is there a way to see current DXBL rankings? I do have the standings, but they're not really updated at the moment. I gotta do some work getting that all in order. Nobody's out. Nobody's eliminated. There's just different tiers. DXBL has been like, honestly, kind of a struggle to keep going this year. It's just, I got too much other stuff going on. And I think the league might have been a little bit too ambitious. I think this would be like a... I'm going to keep doing it. I'm committed to finishing it. But I think it would have been a better idea if it was like multiple people were able to stream fight nights. The problem is that it's a lot for me to do by myself. A league like this is like something you can only run once a night and not have it take like 4 years. It's kind of similar to how the original Monster Hunter Battle League went, but that happened at a time where I worked like 9 hours a year because everything was shut down in 2020. I wouldn't be opposed to letting other people stream the DXBL. Because right now, like, streaming everything and, like, keeping track of stats and stuff is, like, it's a lot. Shells has been doing a lot of work, but we're kind of at a point where, like, he doesn't really need to be vetting everyone anymore. So he's been chilling, which is nice because, like, you know, I don't want anybody to be working for free. He's been nice enough to volunteer, and I've given him a little bit of money when I can. Okay, I can... We're full no resting now. We got 13k. He's still only Adolescence 1. We're gonna max out his power so quickly. I'm trying to think what I do next. I probably do swim drills once my power's maxed out, right? I can do whatever. Yeah, I think we just crank the shit out of power right now, though. I would like some speed as well. I don't want to get withered. And he's got a pretty okay speed gain. Buy some mint leaves. About too many mint leaves, but that's okay. Any crankers in chat? We're all cranking right now. Imps in general have solid stack growth? Yeah, they got a lot. They got a lot in everything. I could go get a tech as well. Oh, int that can be boosted by Galaxy upgrade. Yeah, he's got 3 in life, 4 in power, 3 in intelligence, skill, and speed, and then a 4 in defense. So average to above average and everything. Pretty sick. I really should raise its skill at some point. I guess we do that now. I'll take the greats. Next at errantry sale will go. Okay. So, we've obviously got our stats in a specific way right now, but nothing's stopping me from getting intelligence techs. Nothing's stopping me from going that route as well. I can just do whatever. I'm not sure if I can get errantry and intelligence tech right now, but we can try. Big Banana is Torval C. I'll get Boomerang first. Bum ba da bum 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 bum. All right, that shit did no damage. I don't think we can hit him. But I'm gonna let this go a little bit. All right, let's go. Anger, we're in there. I don't like the withering. Fury, get his ass. It's your time. All right, useless. Power. I crit. I'm gonna reload. Just awful string of events there. Anger into nothing, into fury into nothing, into crit to stop him from getting power. I went the wrong place. But that's fine. This one's okay too. I just don't have the guts really for it. Or the skill. Slap the fury out of him? I know. I was angry, and then I'm like, you know what? I'm pretty calm. I think because we're doing it casually, we can just, just see how high we raise the stats overall. That might be a way to do it. So maybe I just, like, raise power to 900 and then stop raising power at all. It's his birthday. He's 2 years old. We got 200 weeks of lifespan left still. We're adolescent 2 now. Also, this guy is not a late bloom type. He's normal. I forget if Gallia is normal or late bloom, but I always keep thinking it's late bloom because of the... What do you call it? The Gordish for the speedrun, but it might be different. Like, the late bloom Gordish might be the one that's weird, you know what I'm saying? I think the clouds look like that on purpose. Like what? Like the way they look, probably. Yeah, he's killing it though. 7-Eleven convenience monkey. Translucent, no opaque or white. Oh, maybe, I don't know. This version of the game has weird issues with transparency, so it's possible it's not supposed to look like that. Now we're killing monos. That's pretty sick. Official tournament? We can go make some money. I don't really need to, though. We can get pure gold. We can always just go down a rank to get the pure gold. This is a speedrunner for comp? Neither. I'm actually just playing straight casually for the first time in 1,000 years. This is one of my competitive files, and I had, like, no money on it. So I was just like, what if I just fucked around a little bit and made some money for the file? Because, like, 9 grand is nothing. I started at 3. But we're just gonna, like, boost all our stats a whole bunch. Casual MR2 is such a good time. It's a pretty sick game. I have played it enough to the point where it's like just playing it without like any sort of like additional challenge is pretty mind-numbing. And it's nice that there's enough tournaments that you can always find time to play or always find something to build, you know, if you want, but Ape Galley is normal. Galley is just a normal life type. Haven't played in a year. Laptop, you had this on, blew out. Damn, that sucks. Missed this game? Yeah, this game is sick. Galley's normal. Okay, thank you. Good stats. All right. A little bit of money. Let's try for Hall of Fame or raise Expedition Mons. Expedition Mons is good too. And get some Paradoxin. 55 on swing throw is pretty sick. Alright, here we go. We're swinging. We're swinging or we're dying trying. Lifestyle of each monster is determined by their subbreed. Actually, their lifestyle is determined by their death style. Their life type is determined by their subbreed. Keep searching. Keep on searching. The search goes on and on. That's one of my favorite lines in any song. There is nothing in the game is referred to as lifestyle, but there is a Metallica lyric that says my lifestyle determines my death style, which is fucking funny because that doesn't mean anything, but it's sick. Which is what I was doing there. All right, it's a lot of misses. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the misses. We're going deep. Fuck you. You know what? I'm gonna... 3 grand's not enough for me to, like, really worry about it right now. Like I said, we'll do power to 900, and then I'll start working on other stats. My skill's not high enough to be swing throwing. Just the sound of screen that's blown. HDMI to a TV I have lying around would make it workable. That's annoying, though. That's a lot. Oh. I get you. I've been there, man. I forgot to feed it something, but because he got a great, he didn't end up losing any weeks on lifespan index. Okay, we're almost there. Greats affect lifespan? Yeah, it's less stress buildup. It's a big deal in speedrunning. Getting greats early on, if you get enough of them, it allows you to sometimes do an additional drill before you have to rest. Which is great, because it means you can hit, like, the 300 breakpoint for intelligence quicker, which means you can start raising your speed faster, which means that there's a good chance to hit 800 speed before your first rank B tournament, and then at that point, like, you're flying. Same with cheats until you scold them, yeah. Oh, man. I'm so excited for sparring this week. I did sparring last week, and I didn't feel great. You know, I was coming off of, like, the Nightmare Client events. I had that event, and then when that ended, I had another, like, super early morning event, and which ended, like, an hour before I had to go sparring. So I had basically 3 days in a row where I didn't sleep more than 3 hours a night. It's like 2.5 hours the first night, and then, like, 3 hours the second night. And so sparring was like, I was just moving slow. It was just fatigue. It was catching up to me. It was too much. And it was frustrating because I really wanted to, like, implement some stuff I had been working on. But I was only doing, like, 2 hours of physical activity a week for, like, the last couple of weeks leading up to it. Like, I had one session for training on Monday morning, and then I had my sparring class on Wednesday night. And that's, like, literally all the physical activity I'd been doing, so... Like, MMA or boxing? Boxing. So, like, you know, I'm still one of the better boxers in the gym, but there's such a big gap between me and the coaches. And it's like, on a really good day, I'm able to, like, hang. I'm still losing, but, like, it's not miserable. But, like, last week I was just like, I'm getting fucking trounced, man. It was tough. And it's not an ego thing. I don't go in there being like, I'm better than this or whatever, right? I understand progress is not linear and some days are worse than others, and, you know, you still just move up a little bit every time. But it was just like, it felt, you know, I was like, that's not my best. And so I got to redeem myself this week. Most memory is wired to save every week because of all the tight comp builds where I'm re-rolling every drill over and over. You struggle to speedrun. I don't have to worry about that. You got the autosave. It's one of your favorite PS1 games? Yeah, this game is very cool. It's my favorite game of all time. Just take a seat before sparring. I did it again. This fucking... I'm dumb, man. Games are rad. It's really funny because what's cool about Monster Rancher is the games... Fuck, right? The games are so sick. And they tried so hard to, like... We got this cool idea... Let's spin it off into like a media franchise the same way Pokemon did it. Or like Digimon is doing it. And they just couldn't make it work outside of the games. And that's because they made something that was cool as hell, but just straight up didn't have that same mass appeal. And the reason it's good and the reason it doesn't have the mass appeal are the same reasons. Like the things we like about it are the things that make it divisive. And that's how you get games like Pokemon, where the worst Pokemon game is like the worst mainline Pokemon game is still like a 6 out of 10, right? If not better. And people are like, this is the worst shit ever. Because they're just expecting an insane level of quality that, like, you know, I'm not for me to say the Pokemon company can't do better. But like under crunch, they probably can't do better. Like, I don't know if it's possible. But Monster Rancher's like, all the games are like, they have quirks where it's like, that's kind of like a weird design choice, but because it's interesting and it's not formulaic, it ends up, you know, being a beloved aspect of the game. 7.5 out of 10? Yeah, that's fine. Anime tried. The anime is not very good. People have a soft spot for it, but like they're not being honest with themselves. They liked it because they liked it when they were a kid, and that's totally fine. But like, it's legitimately not written very well. Most of the voice acting is like, there's a lot of good names in it, but like, they're not given much to work with, so it falls flat a lot of the time. 7.8 if it has too much water. That's true. No appeal for the Kaiju Monster Rancher. A lot of people like that one because a lot of people like Ultraman. But yeah, I'm not a big Ultraman guy, so it was kind of whatever for me in terms of design. But the game is actually like really well built. I think that will never get boring to me though, is people talking about like, I love Monster Rancher so much. I love it so much that when I talk about it, I refer to it as Monster Hunter. It's my favorite game. I don't remember what it's called. It's fine though. A lot of people do it. It's okay. I know you know. I mean, brought us Golem making pizza. That's true. Actually, was a big part of why I got into Ultraman. A lot of people from the community started getting into Ultraman because of it. I don't really care about Ultraman, but I do got my Baltan. My little Baltan. He sits on my desk. And my Scavenger. Did enjoy MH3, but it was much easier to learn than MH2. Well, yeah, but MH2 was also on the PSP, right? So that had some issues. I suppose MH3 being on the Wii, you know, having a completely new control scheme made it difficult as well, but you got more buttons, you got a bigger screen. It's they're trying to appeal to more people. There was no you know, I can just keep going. There's no G rank yet. Ultimate brought to the Brachydios. Tried Try and started bounced off it pretty quick. Tried 40 and absolutely loved it. Try was kind of whatever. Try was like really interesting in what it was doing. I know you've been talking about Monster Rancher. We're doing a little goof here. It's very common for people to talk about Monster Rancher and write MH instead of MR. Just out of muscle memory. It's all good. It happens a lot. But that's what I was talking about earlier. That said, I do really like 3 Ultimate. What a sick game, dude. What am I doing? I got 900 power. We said we're moving to something else, right? Okay, so I can do leap drills to get my speed up. I can do swim drills to get my defense and life up. Monster Farm works if you like... MF works if you like using Monster Farm, yeah. Borked Monkey, if I type anything close to what I'm trying to say. Yeah, don't you have like 9 functioning letters on your keyboard now? Monster Hunter is cool, goddamn, it's so hard to get into. I think it's harder to get into the older ones if you don't have people to play with. World onwards is like a lot more serviceable as like a solo game. That said, I did play 3U a lot by myself before I found friends who also had it, and then we played a lot. I actually have a birthday card. I don't know where it's hidden. I should find it. Is this it? Yes, dude. This isn't even the same one. She made me 2? Oh, that's so sick. Where's my other one? My Aunt Kathy, 2 years in a row, made me these gigantic birthday cards. I don't know if she got like a printer or something, and she was like, I gotta make something with this. But one of them was like... It was all Monster Rancher and Monster Hunter on it, and like she's a clever, funny person, and she was talking about... Yeah, I can't find the other one. But she had asked my cousin like what games I had been into at the time, and he was like, I don't know, I think he's just playing Monster Rancher and Monster Hunter still. And she's like, those sound like the same game. And I guess she looked up the difference, and it had, I think it was Brachydios like fighting Joker on it. But she also made me this apparently, and I totally forgot about this. This big ass One Must Fall card. This is so cool. Happy birthday, Nash. I hear you aren't the Monster Hunter, but I thought I'd do a little throwback Thursday. I want to do a really cool card with battling bots. I asked John to help, but he just said that he was dorky and I should struggle through it on my own. I couldn't think of any witty repartee for the bots. So here I have a few bots from your dorky hands. I hope you like them. And then this. I think I got 24 candles. Love your dorky Aunt Catherine. That's 11 years old. This is just sitting on the top of my desk. Damn, I forgot about this one. That's so sick. But yeah, my Aunt Kathy is my aunt who passed away from MS. We did the fundraiser for her. The galley video was about her. We've raised like $4,000 for MS over the last 2 years, which is pretty sick. On 2 different day-long campaigns. It was like 2,500 last year and like 1,500 this year, so not too shabby, not too bad. I didn't realize that was from that long ago though. 11 years, holy shit. Condolences for your aunt. Thank you, man. Yeah, she passed away last year. It was pretty tough on me, and even this year when we were talking about it, like at the beginning of the stream, I got really emotional. It's kind of funny how like grief comes and goes, right? I think it's because I had time to like set up the stream and I was thinking about it a lot. It hit me harder because like right now I'm like totally fine. I'm not like emotional at all about it. But yeah, during the stream I was like, it was really tough to keep going at the beginning. But I'm okay now, and like, you know, 6 months from now maybe it'll hit me again. Like grief, it just comes in waves like that. It was unfortunate loss because she was like such a funny, like intelligent, like just such a wonderful person to be around. And to just be afflicted with like such like a heinous condition. It's life, man. That's the way she goes. Anyway, we're raising a monkey. Grief's a powerful feeling, comes and goes. It's how we handle loss that defines us. We got Socrates in the chat right now. Hell yeah, brother. No, I get it. I feel the same way. I don't know if I want to work on... I could do whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. I know I'm stressing about this. I raise all my stats. From that card, I can imagine honestly seeing those cards makes it even sadder than it already is. She was great, man. I feel like I'm still getting enthralled by grief at the weirdest times. Yeah. Put on the Christmas album my dad liked while we decorated the tree and it broke me. I get that. You just start remembering things and then it's like, I wasn't ready. Yeah, I feel you. I hope you're holding up okay. The thing that was like so funny about like that last little bit I did is I was talking about it and I was trying to find a segue back into the game and I just couldn't. I was just like, it's just okay, here's a monkey. I had nothing. I couldn't make it work. Drawing a blank. I Clarenced myself. Cranking up my defense isn't really going to make too much of a difference because I'm skinny. But I think if I get like 500 defense, it's like fine. It'd be pretty easy to hit. Still need to make an AP moat. No slots left? I've got a few slots left. My sub points right now are really low. I think I capped out at like 200 and something. And then after a good month, I'll usually be at like around 100 subs. I'm at like 50 right now. But that's like completely understandable given that I did a month. I did like stream like 4 times this month or 3 times this month. Stop poison gassing me, man. You can bite all you want. Okay, enough of the withering. It's almost as if he knows the strat. I got no speed, so hit me with the withering. Oh, I got hiccups now. Earlier this year, I had lunch with a friend with cancer. We both somehow knew it was the last time we'd see each other. Damn, that's rough, man. Unrelated to the topic, Model's just a funny-ass monster. Every time I see it, I just love how it's a goddamn wall. I love Model. I think it's one of the most clever designs in the game. Told me to put it on my shelf and tell people I knew of an old guy that gave it to me. Oh my god, so... He's like, I'm gonna haunt your house. He's gonna be a friendly ghost, so he's gonna Casper it up a bit. Please use swing throw. Sorry, man. It's too quick. We're winning too fast. What if I swing throw Epsilon? Grab him by the ankles. Alright. Now we gotta try for real. No power? Another kick? You don't want to go at all? Alright, whatever. You can Whatever, man. As a wee 5th grader, I was enthralled with model subs when I was learning to draw, mastered gradients, and went hog with it. Hell yeah. He didn't mean it like that, just a cool souvenir. Yeah, no, I get you. I think I told this story. I have, my godfather would always get me, like, a model car for my birthday. Or Christmas or whatever. And so I had, like, quite a little collection of them. And I had this, white Corvette with, like, the blue stripes down the middle. And I was showing it to my wife at Christmas, like, 2 years ago or something. And I'm like, oh, look, it's got a little steering wheel, and, like, you know, you can see the clutch and all that shit in it. And I was like, even, like, the trunk, like, flips up and down. And I flip up the trunk, and in the trunk is the smallest baggie of, like, desiccated weed. From, like, what I assume is high school, and I forgot about it. So it's just been sitting in there for, like, 20 years. Just, like, a tiny, like, almost nothing. Like, not enough for a joint. And we were looking at it, and I open up, and I smell it, and it has no smell whatsoever. Like, it might as well be, like, ash or something. But I've just been holding on to it forever, apparently. And it's just funny showing my parents, being like, hey, look what I got. Okay, we're still at Adolescent 2. Dragon Tusk sells for what, 5 grand? 3 grand? I don't know if I can beat Legoris, though. He's pretty strong. 900 power is a lot, but my other stats are, they are a tad lacking at the moment. I think I just aim for 500 defense. And then I stop raising defense. I start working on intelligence and speed. Seeing the house at this angle reminds me someone on Booth made a 3D replica of the Monster Hunter 2 house with an actual interior. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's neat. Swimming lowers your intelligence? He's just drinking the chlorine is the problem. He was never taught to, like, close his mouth. Yeah, I don't know how much more I have in terms of lifespan before I hit Prime. But I would really like to hit the 500 intelligence, or 500 defense, before I'm in Prime. So maybe I'll move off of doing shoot drills and move into doing Endure. Chlorine Warrior. Damn, 11 on that is sick. Michael Phelps must have crazy high defense. Animals are supposed to know how to not swallow water while swimming automatically. It's like babies. Like, there's a craze a little while ago of, like, swimming with your newborn because the baby instinctively knows how to, like, hold its breath in the water. It just seems dangerous to me, but I'm sure, you know, people who know more about it. I don't even know if that's true because people are doing, like, chiropractic on their babies. I don't know, man. I try not to be too critical of, like, the woo-woo stuff. Even though I call it woo-woo stuff, but... some shit, man. Like, cracking your baby's spine? I don't know. The banana slide? It's just a beanbag for him. Controls it telepathically. It's really funny how Ape was, like, just a straight-up joke monster in Monster Hunter 1, and then in Monster Hunter 3, they, like, leaned into it. Cracking your baby's spine. They got baby chiropractors. They like take the baby's head and go like. Why can't we stick to what we know works? Well, I mean, the argument there, to be devil's advocate, is that you don't know what works until you try new stuff. But why tempt fate with a newborn? Brother, I'm not disagreeing at all. That was the one thing, you know, Tiana cares more about Bacon than I think anybody alive has ever cared about a dog. The amount of effort and work she puts in to like keeping him healthy and safe is crazy. And like, I love my dog, but she is like, she's another next level. And it's not that it's a competition, but like she's putting in more work than I am. I can't pretend that's not the case. Like, she cooks all his food, she does all this, she does a ton of research on like, you know, different recipes for like lowering inflammation and like helping with this and helping with that. Bacon is his name. But I remember she said something once about like dog chiropractic, and I was like, we're not doing this. And I don't know how serious she was, and she wasn't like, oh, I've got an appointment or anything like that. She just mentioned it, and I was like, please don't like bring Bacon somewhere to like get his like spine cracked by some fucking freak who thinks he's an actual doctor. And we never have, but it was just like, I know, because like she loves him so much, that if she was convinced that it would help him in some way, she would do it 100%. And so I just had to be like, whether or not it's beneficial, I'm not willing to take the chance. This guy's actually kind of killing it with the stat gains. I've seen dogs go to Chiro and it worked for them, but that's not something too reliable. No, I mean, people take placebos and get cured. It happens all the time. There's like physical therapy for dogs that's not Chiro that I think, you know, there's a lot of merit to it, like water therapy and things like that. Okay, I think we go get another great hell yeah, brother. For shoulder being outer hip stuff. Yeah, yeah. I get you, I get you. Unorthodox treatments like that feel really easy to run into some sort of unethical quack. I think that's more of the concern I have, is that it could work, but like finding the right person for it is like a crapshoot, right? That's more of the thing I'm concerned about. Is like getting a Dr. Nick, you know? Horses have like cold salt hydrotherapy. I don't even know what that is. I believe you though. Walk into a chiropractor's office and they pull out a giant hammer out of their pocket. I'm like, whoop. I'm gonna do some bashing. No power, eh? Come on. Alright, I don't like this. We survived, we got power. We don't have any guts though. Alright. You know, it would probably help to have some speed. Like, I understand why I'm getting hit. The 7 speed I have, the effective 7 speed is not great. I always love the Galley subtypes. What do you think is the best subtype for looks overall? Galley's definitely up there. That's my favorite subtype. The white and gold is hard to beat, for sure. Raki? Raki's kind of interesting. Tiger subtypes? Metalner, I think, is probably my overall favorite. Mach is kind of cool. I like the wood textures on Mach. Durahan's neat. I'd probably say Metalner. Speaking of Metalner, I think I have a metal sliver in my hand that I just can't get out. It's been hurting for a couple of days, and I'm looking at it, and I see a little dot. But it's not swelling or anything. I don't know which way I gotta, like, squeeze it to make it come out. That's what she said? That's what I said. I'm new to this. Yeah, I can't tell which way the gap is to get the freaking sliver out. I just don't want it to get infected, you know? But, like... hate this, man. Can you see? See, look. It's so obvious where it is. Yeah. I know a chiropractor can crack your spine and get the sliver out of your hand. Thank you, man. Send me his number. Do it right now live on stream. I'm getting to the point where I'm like ready to like bite a little chunk of skin out of my hand. It's kind of in there deep though. I can see like the thumb or the fingerprint over top of it. Hold on. I think I got it, which means that I probably ate it on accident. Which is not good because it was metal. But the bump on my hand is significantly lighter in color now. I can still kind of see like a dot. I don't know if that's just blood. That's part of it still. This is what the stream is now. Is me off stream trying to pick a sliver out of my hand. A little bit of iron is good for the diet. That's true. Fuck, what was it? There's a streamer. They're talking. It's like, dude, I used to think that like the iron in your blood was like actual iron, like actual metal. And the person they were talking to was like, yeah, it is. It's not a different type of iron. And they're like, what? That doesn't make any sense. It's like, oh yeah, no, it's blood iron. It's different. It's like, no, you have, you got metal in you. Okay, so we got banana. Boomerang, rather. A friend for the microplastics, yeah. I think the scene in X-Men 2. Where he, like, picks up Wolverine. Yeah, there was always a funny thing, is how Magneto, for whatever reason... It's just like, oh wait, blood's got metal in it. How did I not think of this? Alright, we're in our prime. And when he pulls it out of the prison guard's buddy. Oh, yeah. That's right. Oh yeah, it's Wolverine in the first movie, right? Where he like picks him up and he's like flinging him around in like, is it the subway car or something? I don't remember. That movie's got some like bad writing in it. But I was watching it at Christmas last year, and I hadn't seen it in maybe since it came out. And the flashbang I got when it ended and it said in big letters, directed by Bryan Singer. I was like, no! It's like the old fucking meme of like, oh, you like this painting? You just enjoyed a painting made by Hitler. Oh, man. Bryan Singer, right? But yeah, the line at the end that's like, what happens when a toad's struck by lightning? Same thing as everything else. And then he explodes. Yeah, do you know what happens when a toad's been struck by... Yeah, what a fucking stupid line, man. And then, well, there was something else. Oh, when they're in the... When they're in the plane for the first time, and they've all got on like the Matrix ass costumes, and Cyclops is like, "What? Did you expect yellow spandex?" And it's like, "Shut the fuck up, you fucking loser." That's like a classic. Like, oh, he said it. He said the thing. I recognize that. But like before, that was in every movie, so I guess it gets a. I guess it gets a pass. Before Joss Whedon took over everything. Was Bryan Singer a bad boy? You got some Googling to do, man. Apparently the actors hated Suits. They're crazy tight and awkward and hard to act in. To the point where they trauma bonded over it. Yeah. I gotta show you something. Speaking of that, this is the craziest thing. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to find it. 1 second. That just made me think of something. I gotta see if I can find something. I don't know if this still exists. Trying to find a Reebok ad from the 2000s called, I think it was called Captain Velocity. Sorry, I'm looking. Some 90s, 2000s, yeah. I can't find it. It's an ad I remember really well. No, I can't find it. Kind of weird that I feel like every commercial is on YouTube now. I don't know. Without the commercial, I can't continue the bit, so I just got to end it, which is really unfortunate, but Yeah, I don't know. There's an ad for an Adidas. I thought it was Reebok. Was it Adidas? Oh, it was Adidas. Why did I think it was Reebok all this time? Okay, so I gotta show you guys this. Thank you. Thank you for that. It happens. You figured it out. So when I think of like a tight, like skin tight suit that everybody fucking hated, this is one of the first things that comes to my mind. Like all the superhero costumes are like that, right? But this one's like this too. The suit is like so stiff.
Captain Velocity here. I'm on my way.
When it's time to step on it, it's time to step into the Harmony running shoe from Adidas. The Adidas Harmony, only a kid's foot locker. You game?
And then there's another one.
Meteorite, the running shoe that lets you really burn it up. The Adidas Meteorite, only at Kids Foot Locker. You game?
Okay, so the reason I bring that up is because we were talking about skin tight suits. That guy's my uncle. That the actor in those commercials is my uncle. And he's my godfather. He's the one who gave me the car that I stashed the weed in. So it's all full circle on the bits for tonight. My uncle's fast. I know, man. Big Lord dropping the Moose fandom today. Yeah. Okay, defense is almost there. But I just remember him like talking about how it would take like 4 hours to put on the suit, and then they put like Vaseline all over the suit to like make it shine. And so in that first scene where he's like in bed and he has to like get out of bed, it would take like 7 or 8 takes for them to get the fucking covers off because it would like stick to the suit and it would like look really gross. And then him like trying to like put his feet into the fluffy slippers, even that shot took like 10 or like 20 takes because like it wouldn't fit properly and like the Vaseline would like get stuck to the slippers and it looked really gross. It's the opposite of ASMR, yeah. We get that a lot here. But yeah, I was thinking, we were talking about the skin tight suits. We were talking about the Corvette with the hidden weed. What a way to go full circle, eh? Yeah. It's my Uncle Skip. What a journey we've been on. And we've been on it together. Okay, like another month of defense, and then I think I'm never raising it again. Because I want to raise my intelligence. Or rather, I want to raise my speed. No Rovis, we're not going anywhere. I don't know if we can beat the game tonight, but it's been a fun, casual, chilling stream. Next week we get back to the reg. We're gonna be doing some tournaments. We're gonna be doing some everything. Pretty excited. I just straight up cannot wait to like not have to stress about work, man. The paychecks are nice. I think I got my biggest ever paycheck in my life today, like the most amount of money I ever had at one time. So that was very nice. But then today I also like I had to deal with like the CRA, which is like the IRS of Canada. They wanted me to explain how come I hadn't been collecting tax on all of my income, i.e. the streaming portion of it. And so I had to like write a letter to them and explain why I don't collect tax on this, because YouTube and Twitch already collect tax on it and they pay, and then they pay me out. So I don't need to also do it. It's a whole thing. But basically, if they don't believe me or whatever, I have to pay like an extra like $3 grand in tax, which is super annoying. Because I like, it's not even like I did my taxes wrong and like they want money from it. They want me to pay what I owe. It's like straight up like I don't owe this. I'm probably already overpaid as it is. But I'm just hoping they leave me alone. That's my quote. Even if they do a bad job, they still have to pay me that money. That's true. $2 million. Okay. Yeah, stats looking pretty okay for now. We need some more skill though. And now we're gonna tank our power a little bit, but I'm not too worried about it. I think it's time to move up to rank A. We start making a push to beat the game, because that's where you're making the money. You make the money. I know we wanted the... What do you call it? We wanted Big Banana to be the forte, but... We'll see. We'll see about it. Speed, I also don't need it to be super high. Last time I was here, I was super sick and had a boxing back injury, not running tourneys. I'm glad to hear you're healthy again. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Tourneys are still like... It's not that they're few and far between, it's that they are just a little bit slow right now. Also, somebody asked what the DXBL was like 2 hours ago, and I forgot to answer. I'm so sorry. I read it, and then I just didn't respond. DXBL is a Monster Rancher tournament league. We do tournaments. You enter a guy, he fights every couple of weeks, moves up and down the rankings. Super fun. We could even do like a super casual build, like I try to get all my stats to 400. And then we just raise them equally from that point on. Like I raise skill to 400, and then once I'm done that, I work on speed and intelligence. Kind of a low roll there. That must have been the minimum roll on skill. Yeah, my 500 defense, because I'm minus 100 skinny, is only 380 effective defense. Not very good. This is more than enough to roll rank B with, though. So let's just do that. Bum, ba, da, ba, da, ba, da, dum, ba, da, ba, da. We won't be using Boomerang for a while, but we'll get our intelligence to a usable level and then we'll start swinging. One of these days I will hit. We got him. You only need one. Enjoying the chill stream? Yeah, it's been fun. I enjoy just streaming without like a responsibility beyond hanging out and being mildly entertaining, occasionally entertaining. You know, I'm not batting 1,000, but we're doing okay. All right, relax. Ah, that did no damage. That's crazy. Power is doing so much to mitigate power damage. Kung Fu Blow for nothing? Love that. GG's, brother. Play any more of that Duck Turtle game? Yeah, man. I was showing it off a little bit on stream this morning. Not this morning, at the beginning of stream. But for whatever reason, it's like not accepting all the inputs on my controller. Like, I was trying to show off the last level, which is a remix of the second last level. There's like a last level, and then there's like a, oh, by the way, if you 100%ed the last level, there's a extra level, which is just the last level remixed to be like even harder, just with like saw blades and shit everywhere. And it's tough. But I was talking about how I was reading some Steam reviews and people were like really frustrated with the game because it's too hard. And a lot of people, their complaint was that there's a challenge level. And I remember thinking not the same thing, but I wanted to make a video about the level everybody is mad about, because I thought it was like such a clever design and it's so like unbelievably difficult for where you get served it in the context of the game. Every world has like a secret level or like a bonus level that you can go to if you've collected enough knickknacks along your journey. And in the third world, you need to separate the turtle and the duck, and basically you throw the turtle onto a conveyor belt and that collects all of your pickups, like the letter coins and like the equivalent of the DK coin and all that stuff. It's just on this conveyor belt at the top of the screen, and as the duck you need to like navigate a maze and not go too fast and not go too slow so the turtle never falls off the screen. And I thought it was like kind of a really interesting like meta level where like the challenge is not something that is born from the level itself, but the challenge is born from the limitations of the game. Because if you go too far, like if you get separated too far from the turtle, he like snaps back to you, so he's no longer like collecting things on the conveyor belt, which is not like a thing that would happen naturally within the game itself, like within the world, the universe of the game. Like the turtle's not gonna like, there's no screen, right? If you think about the world the turtle and the duck live in, there isn't like borders on the screen, but the level can only be beaten 100% if you play within the confines of the game itself and not the world of the game, if that makes sense. And I thought that was like kind of a really interesting like way to do a level, and it's kind of fun. Sounds like those Mario ROM hack levels. Yeah, basically. And again, it's not a level you need to beat to continue on in the game. It's a level you need to beat post-game if you want to like continue and see every level at the end of the game. But if you just want to like play through the game to the credits, you don't ever have to beat this level. It's served up to you pretty early on in the game, and people were just like so pissed because it's genuinely very, very difficult. And people were getting tilted about how hard it was. Hi AF, about to go to bed, stopping by to say thank you for the vids. I absolutely love the way I talk about game design, just in general vibe. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. So you're probably enjoying this. But yeah, so I wanted to make like a mini video about this level, and this was like when this was the hardest level I had played in the game. There's like a dozen levels that make it look so fucking easy in retrospect. But people are just like, I play games to have fun. I don't play to be frustrated and annoyed, and like this level of difficulty is just gatekeeping me from seeing the rest of the game, blah blah blah. But a thing about Windswept that's really cool is that the devs understand that there are people like this, and they want people to be able to enjoy the whole game. So in the main menu, when you press pause, there are options to turn on invincibility. There are options to turn on infinite jumps. There are options to just straight up skip the level if you just want to go to the next level. You can just do this, and you're never penalized for it. If you skip every level and get to the credits, you still get an achievement for beating the game. There's no like, you didn't do it right. Like, there's nothing like that. If you needed invincibility to beat one level because you were getting frustrated with it and you're like, I just can't do it, I want to move on to the next one, that's fine. The game never penalizes you. It doesn't keep record of it. Nothing like that. If you want to beat all the post-game levels and be like, yeah, look at that, I got 100%, I beat the extra hard mode and this and that, and you did it all with invincibility, you can do that. Nobody will be able to tell if you did or not. And I think that's kind of interesting because it's a single-player game. And so who are you showing off to, right? Like, it's for you. You're supposed to enjoy your time with it however you see fit. And if you are specifically not liking a level because it's too difficult and you want to move on, I think it's kind of cool that the devs are like, yeah, all right, we're fine with that. I'm also okay with devs being like, no, sucks to suck. You need to be able to beat this before you can move on to the next one. I think both of those are fine approaches to the game. It just needs to be done deliberately, right? As long as you have a vision and it is like executed on properly, I think it's fine. Whichever way you want to do it. It's not a big deal to me either way. If they're like, no, you don't get to play the last level until you beat this other really hard level first, or there's a gauntlet of really hard levels. It's like anti-Dark Souls, yeah. And I don't think either are wrong. If it's done with intentionality. But it's just so funny that there's all these people complaining about how the game is too hard and therefore badly designed. And like, so many people mention that bad game design. This is so frustrating. It's awful game design, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, no, you're just mad because you're frustrated. You're not as good at the game as you thought you would be. Because the whole concept of like, I'm just playing a game to have fun, I don't want to be frustrated, falls out the window when you're given the opportunity to straight up skip the level. If you just want to have fun, you just want to fuck around and see what's next, you're given the option. So if you're still mad about it, you're mad about it because you can't perform the tasks that you wish you could. There's a level, endgame. I was stuck on it for so long. Have I ever tried Lion Monster Farm? I have. Is a good attempt at trying to recreate the climbing the world's tallest mountain in a platforming game too much? I think so. Yeah, maybe. Good to know there's so many level design experts in the world. That's the problem. Everybody thinks they know what they're talking about, and fucking don't listen to gamers, man. Don't even listen to me. I've spent so much time thinking about this stuff, and I've never finished a game. I've got 1,000 game ideas in folders and like things I've started and nothing I've finished. If you like hearing me talk about games and you think I've got like good ideas, that's fine. But if someone wants to be like, you've never actually finished a game, I'm not taking your opinion seriously, I would be insane to get frustrated by that. To be like taken aback. I think people who aren't in the space can have good ideas, but I think so many people are throwing so many ideas around that it is totally fine for a developer to just be like, there's too much noise. I'm not dealing with any of this. I have in the past gotten annoyed by the impulse to play something in an arbitrary trophy challenge that actually makes it less fun. Yes, 100%. 100%. I like the argument that Dark Souls guys make that they really want everyone to have the same shared experience. They don't want people shortchanging themselves by turning difficulty down. Yeah, that's fine. Intent is the important part, right? It's not about hard games are good and easy games are bad, or difficulty settings are bad and you should just have one thing. Like, that's not the discussion. And when people boil it down to that, I think they're doing themselves and, you know, the discourse a disservice. I think it's just simply, how did the developers want people to play the game? How do they want them to experience this art, right? And sometimes things suck. It's not like it's impossible for a game to be bad. I watched a video the other day about how, like, there's no such thing as a bad video game, and it was a fun video. I don't really agree with any of it. I've got a whole video coming out about how there's a lot of bad video games, and how, like, it's totally fine, but you can still enjoy them all. Sometimes stuff is not as good as other stuff. It's just simply the way of the world. It's all subjective. It's not all subjective. There is subjectivity to it. Some stuff is better than other stuff, though. And it's kind of anti-intellectual. I'm not saying this is what you're saying, but this is kind of a broader discussion, and I've just been thinking about it a lot because I do have a video on it coming out. But the idea that, like, nobody knows anything, man. It's all subjective. My 10 out of 10 is your 1 out of 10, and therefore there's no discussion to be had. Just let people enjoy things is, like, super cowardly. Like, that's not real at all, man. Okay. What time is it? 11:30? So I gotta collect footage for this anyway. I'm gonna take a quick break from Monster Rancher. We've been doing pretty good. I'm gonna play a little bit of Windswept. And I'm going to play with, like, what we just discussed in mind. There was a level that I was having a really, really hard time beating on stream, and I've now beat it a couple of times. It's still really difficult. The issue here is that my controller might not be working. And additionally, if I'm so far into this level that I'm in that I kind of don't want to... I can get back, it's fine. Where's Windswept? Okay, so I really hope my controller's working. What's Windswept? You're about to see. Okay, so people were saying, and I think this level I'm about to show you is like, yeah, it's still doing it. Why? Why, dude? Why are you doing this? What the fuck is wrong? Oh my god. I don't know if they, like, updated it or something, but, like, it's just... There's this, like, advanced tech where you can ground pound and then you can air dash out of the ground pound. And it's not doing the air dash half the time. And this isn't like a, oh, Madka's bad. This is like a pretty basic technique that you can't beat like 90% of the later levels without. And it's just not happening. I don't know what it's doing. I'm just going to try closing Steam, closing everything, opening the... signing out of Steam... or closing Steam down, doing everything, and then reopening it. Plugging my controller back in after. I hate saying nothing takes. Yeah. And, like, it's fine to not be invested, right? That's not what I'm saying here. It's not like you have to have a definitive opinion on something. You could just be wishy-washy and be like, I don't really care. But you've had problems with Steam controller integration last couple of Steam versions. It was fine yesterday, which is my problem. And then today it's just not been working. Dude, where's my fucking dash? Is it order of operations? Oh. This sucks. This sucks, man. Because I'm trying to do this. Here, let's just go to the secret bonus level. And I'll just test it around. I don't know, it seems to be okay, but when I was just testing it a second ago, it wasn't working. Yeah, like that. I'm doing the exact same thing every time, and it's eating the input a cup every now and then. Meow. Meow. And now he dies. Okay. But yeah, there's a level. The reason this is like concerning to me is because I don't know if I can beat the level if it's going to change my muscle memory like out of nowhere. What this level, people were saying it's like, this is the worst level I've ever seen in my life. And it introduces a bunch of techniques that you've never had to do before, and therefore it's bad because the game doesn't explain anything to you. One, it shows you how to do this, which is a new thing you've never done before. But also, this entire level is a big puzzle. The whole point of this shit is that it's a big puzzle and you're meant to figure out a new way to do things, or like new ways to move around that you've never done it before. So there are a lot of movement things you do here that like you haven't done before, but it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, okay. That kind of sucks. If I'm just not able to play this game anymore because it's eating the inputs, I don't know what I'm going to do, man. Because this shit rocked. Yeah, dude, it's frustrating. It's like every time you go to jump, there's like a 1 in 5 chance it just didn't do it like that. Like, what are you doing? Oh, man. First set of screens look pretty cool. The thing is, this entire level is just like a bunch of puzzles. They're all movement puzzles. Everything is like something you've never had to do before. And so because of that, you have to like sit there and think like, what's the goal? Also, there's like not necessarily only one way to do everything, which I think is really cool. I don't even need to do this. I think I can do this. Oh, all right. But like this movement here is something that, oh my God. That little bounce I'm trying to do. I'm trying to like learn new muscle memory for this on the fly, which is difficult. Oh man. This isn't the difficult part. This is just straight up the controller not doing what I want it to do. I missed it, but we still made the jump. Oh my God. I might be able to do it without this part. Too close to the wall, but... Ah. Yeah, I don't know why all of a sudden it's doing this. It's very frustrating. Especially because I'm really close to beating the whole game, so just not having access to that is difficult. Like, mentally. Whatever. We're just going to skip that whole area. So this is the part I was stuck on when I was on stream a little while ago. What I'm describing doesn't seem complaint-worthy. In terms of, like, the having to do things you haven't done before. No. It gets more complicated later on. And I'll show you. Because there's, like, a bunch of trick jumps and shit that you've never done before. But, you know... Oh, dude. I'm just holding a button there, and it's like doing... It's like losing input and then repressing it. Oh... This is gonna kill me, man. 70 hours of muscle memory just out the window because this isn't working. Again, this isn't the hard part of the level yet. Hey, why? Why can't you just... I press the direction and you go the direction I press. I press the direction and you go the... Why are you falling? Why are you doing this, man? You're killing me. It's a USB connection for the controller. This is the second controller, though. I was trying a different one earlier. The only thing I can think of is maybe the USB is fucked. Because it's a different controller, but the same USB. I'm trying a different controller now. I would just like to like get to the new area and show you guys what's up. Oh! Fuck, man. Okay, I'm gonna try new cable. See if it makes a difference. I don't even know where one would be. But yeah, I don't know why the USB would be giving me problems. Okay, I found a super tiny one. I have like 100 of them, but I just don't know where they are right now. See if this makes a difference. Okay. That was just bad. That one was on me. No, it's still doing it. It's got to be the game, man. Oh, why? What did it do? I don't get it, man. The first time I was playing this, controllers were all fucked up. And then it was okay, and now it's like not working again, but in a different way. It's going so well. Again, this is really easy. Like this is hard. Like this is a post-game level that's supposed to be a challenge level. But the game ramps up in difficulty really drastically after every single level. Yeah, it's just sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. That's so frustrating, man. I want to show off the cool part of this level, and I'm not going to be able to get to it because I have to like do this trick and it's just not going to work. So it's not a muscle memory thing. It's just I don't know, man. This is sad. Two different controllers, two different USBs. Also, this USB just lost power entirely. Hold on, is it working? That's a lot in a row. Nope. Oh, okay, so it is a muscle memory thing. They changed how this works. So normally, I wish I could show my controls on screen, but I do this ground pound like that, right? And while I'm in the animation, I press the square button and hold the direction, left or right. And that changes how I move. And half the time, it's just not inputting either, unless I delay pressing square and the direction. I don't know. I'm just going to try. I'm going to see if I can get further into the level. If all this time it was a bug and they've gone and fixed it, no, I don't think they would make the game feel worse on purpose. Oh, especially this part is like difficult because it's fucking up my muscle memory really bad. I have to like change my order of operations for everything now. I didn't. Oh my god, dude. Patch the game and change the controls. They've patched the game a million times. I don't know, but like it was working yesterday and it's not working today. But also the first day I played the game, I had a ton of controller issues and I was like to the point where it was one of those things where it's like a DSP, like he's complaining because like I didn't even do that. Like, you know what I mean? Like that type of vibe. But then I was watching someone else play and they had all the exact same problems I did. So it was like an issue certain people were having with certain controllers, and then it went away, and then now I'm having this. This isn't even the intended way to beat this. Like, this is, I'm like making it easier. And this is what I mean. Like, for this part of the level, the jumps I'm doing aren't really taught to you by this part. Because specifically later on in the level, there are jumps that you can only make by doing what I'm doing. And so the game literally does teach you how to do the things that the person was complaining that like, oh, the game never teaches you this, so it's bad. This is like such a well-designed level. It's like a masterclass. And people are saying it's bad because they're quite literally just not good enough to play the game, which is fine. It's not the end of the world. It's not like a moral failing to be bad at a game, but... Okay, so normally I'm supposed to jump through these saw blades and then up and around. And I think I'm going to try and skip it. I think that's cool about this game is that a lot of levels have like an easier way to do them as long as you know how to do the movement to make it possible. Like right here I'm supposed to like go through these saw blades and I can just simply not. I wonder if I can do the same here. I could if the controllers were working. It seems to work as long as I can change my my muscle memory completely. And like instead of just instinctively doing stuff, I have to like purposefully think about each single input, and it's changing a lot. Man. That was painful to watch? Nah, it's fine. I'm not stressed about this. Like I said, I've beaten this level a couple of times. There's like 8 levels after this that are harder. I'm quite literally just fighting against the controller at this point. Like that, dude, I wouldn't go down there. Why? But like, if this is gonna keep happening, it's actually made the game unplayable. Like, there's nothing I can do about it. Okay, if I'm on keyboard, I've never done keyboard. What is my spin is here? No, I can't just like learn how to do it on keyboard. This is really frustrating, man. I don't have anything on accident, right? I don't know. But now, like, my rumble has stopped. I don't know. Okay. If I try it with the analog stick, again, it's something I've never done. Yeah, still doing it. I don't know. Well, I can't really explain the thing I wanted to explain. I think we're just gonna call it, because this is just being frustrating for me. Like, the game's straight up not working, so I don't know. I don't know what I can do about that. So let's just say goodbye. I don't think I'm gonna get to stream again this week, but starting next week we're gonna be doing a lot of streaming. So thank you, folks. I really appreciate you coming and hanging out, watching some Monster Rancher, watching me try and get Windswept working. I don't know. I'm down to try it one more time, but like 2 controllers, 2 different USB cables. I don't know what could be doing it other than maybe the port. Maybe the port is fucked up. But like I don't know, man. It was also like being weird when I first plugged it in. It was not accepting my jump. Like when I was jumping, it was doing the smallest possible jump as if I was only pressing it for 1 frame. So it really does seem as though it's like eating inputs. All right, we'll try this one more time. I really do just want this to work. Because like it works movement. Movement works when I'm holding it, right? but it's looking for like a precise input. Oh, please work. What the fuck, man? Why? Why are you eating it? Why aren't you working? Even right now, he should be spinning in place. And it's not going. Okay, so I know what the problem is. The problem is it's not reading my square button. Yeah, it's not the hold is not working. It's supposed to be going forever. Hold on. Did they change how this game works? Wednesday, November 26th. Okay, so it hasn't been updated since the 26th. That doesn't seem right. Tuesday, December 2nd. Native controller support. Most non-Xbox controllers have been behaved incorrectly without Steam input. Coming along to fix things up. Many people choose not to use Steam input, just don't know about it, therefore experience a lot of issues from the get-go. I wonder if that has something to do with it. Okay, so maybe if I disable Steam input. No, now it's just not reading it at all. What do you mean native controller support? You can't read my controller at all. Oh my god, so I figured out what was wrong, but it's just not working now. I don't need any of this. Yeah, okay. So I know what the problem is. Normally, you can press this button to to spin indefinitely, and now it seems to be gone, which changes a lot of my muscle memory. Because I'm literally holding it too long. It looks like it only goes for a second. So if I'm holding square first before it goes, it doesn't do anything. Dude, that sucks so bad. There's an order operations to the buttons now. So what the fuck is happening, dude? Oh my god, they changed how the fucking buttons work? Unless that's just a thing for... If you hold the button, you start spinning. I don't know if that's just a thing on hard mode, because this is hard mode. It's only the duck. There's no turtle with you. And then there's an ultra hard mode. Ultra hard mode is only the turtle, and there's no checkpoints. Yeah, he can't. I don't know, man. I feel like they just changed how the game works and didn't say anything. No checkpoint sounds rough. I beat the first world. No checkpoints. I think this is something I have to ask about, though, because this is really... This is not going to work. Relearn all my muscle memory, yeah. I just got to be careful that I press that button first. Okay. So yeah, maybe I can't make that whole bit. Let's see if I can do this, though. Basically learning how to play the game a new way. Man. Okay, so I messed up, but we survived. Oh my god, man. Only thing I can think of is my controller was malfunctioning earlier, and this is the way it was intended to be played, but... Is it early access? No, it's a full game. This is definitely harder, so if this is what was intended, I got off easy. Man. Playing a session this game, been loving it so far? Yeah, I'm on the last level, but I started playing this level again just to like prove a point, and it turns out the game is working differently for me, like control-wise, than it was yesterday. So, okay, so I got a question. You've played the game. If you press like the square button or whatever the analog is for you, if you hold it down, does it just like constantly do this over and over again? Or does it just do one spin and then they stop? Like if you do the spin move, does it do it infinitely if you just hold down the button, or does it stop after one? Because for me, up until today, it was doing it infinitely. Didn't think that? I'm not sure. Alright. That's fine. It's probably only something you would notice if you had played the game like a lot, so it's okay. I get it. Fuck, I messed up, but we survived. We're still in it. Man. I'm trying to do a jump I've never done before. And the hard part is like trying to do it with new muscle memory. Okay, so I gotta get to the... Fuck, man. I'm supposed to get to the... Like, do a really hard jump through a gap there, and I think I can avoid just doing the jump through the gap entirely. The way I'm doing this level is not the way it's intended. I'm skipping, like, half of it. By doing jumps that are, like, realistically not as hard as what's intended. But it's just a nightmare with my controls working the way they are. If you hold it, it only spins once. Oh, I've been playing wrong this whole time. They changed how controller support works. So it's possible it just wasn't working. I was getting an unintended thing. But also, when I first plugged in my controller today, it was, oh, what do you say? Hold on, this might be better, though. Let me think about it for a second. So, I was getting infinite spins when I was doing it. But also when I was doing it, when I did the... It sounds like I was playing Turbo the whole time, and kind of how it feels, yeah. But only on one button. This is something you potentially downpatch to get back your muscle senses. I think it will be better to learn this way. And the reason I think that is because a problem I was having is when I would do like the drop down dash, like the ground pound and then dash out of it, I couldn't get a consistent height. Sometimes it would do it immediately. Sometimes it would do it like 5 frames late. So this next part where I'm trying to go through the really thin saws, a lot of the time it would look like I was lined up, but then I would drop too far and I would hit the saw on the bottom. And I think that might be part of the same problem where, because I'm holding it infinitely, it's like it's taking an input too late. And so basically, when I was holding the button before, it was like automatically polling over and over and over again. And here, if I press the button too early, it doesn't do anything at all. So I think what was probably happening before, and like I was like losing my mind because I'm like, how come nobody's spoken about this? Because it seems like such a bad flaw in the controls for it to be like an inconsistent drop distance. For like, if you ground pound and do the spin, sometimes it just, you don't fall at all. Sometimes you fall a tiny bit, and it was impossible to like measure one way or the other. It seems like what was happening before is that I was pressing the button too early, and then it was taking a later like pull of like me. I would fall a bit, and then it would like trigger again. Now it seems like if I do it too early, it just doesn't do anything at all. So it's going to take a little while to get used to it, but I think it'll be better for the long run. Okay, so this is a jump I have to make that was really tough before because it would I would fall like a random distance. And now I think I can do it pretty consistently. So I'm just like relearning how to play the game, no big deal. It's like learning how to write left-handed. If you got $1 million, if you became fluent in like left-handed writing, okay. Even that, like, I'm getting better at just recovering. Fuck, man. I can just skip most of this. Fuck you, bees. Marron. Pressing it too early. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get the later jumps though. Also, me saying this is easy is not like, it's not actually easy. It's just way easier than the second half of the level. There's just like an order of operations in how I hold down the buttons now that's different than what I was used to. Okay, that was a little low. Took me over 2 hours to be the Sawmill Lava stage and Lamp stage. Okay, so I was talking about that one too. There was a lot of people in the Steam comments talking about how they got to that level and they're like, they decided the game was bad because that was terrible level design or whatever. And I think it's actually like a really fascinating way to design a level because it's not, you're not playing against like a level within the confines of the game world, right? You're playing against a level within the confines of what the game itself allows you to do. So it's kind of like a fourth wall break where it's like you have to stay with your turtle buddy in frame the whole time, right? Or else he like teleports back to you, which is like a game mechanic. That's not something that is like intrinsic to the universe of Windswept. It's not like you're trying to get through a level, or like you're not trying to get through an area of the world with the rules of the universe. You're trying to get through an area of the world with the rules of the game that the universe is in, which is kind of an interesting way to approach level design. IMO. Oh, fuck, man. It is really frustrating putting like 70 hours into a game and then finding out you gotta do things differently because your controller was not acting correctly. Fuck off, man. Oh my god. This is gonna make me feel like a god when I get it though. This is a good stage to relearn on. Oh my god. I don't need to do the piggyback. A second, I'll read the comment in a sec when I get a moment of peace. Here you're saying unless the game world has some magic about the turtle teleporting through the power of loneliness, yeah. Oh my god. I'm getting the hang of it though. It's getting better. Fuck, man. Yeah, I don't think I have to do that part. I think I can skip that part. I think I can skip everything. We're skipping everything. I don't want to have to shoot through any saw blades. But yeah, if you beat that, like, you're in pretty good shape for the rest of the game. So it's here to be if the game's actually as hard as everyone's complaining about with this control scheme. I mean, the thing is that I think doing it this way is probably easier than what I was doing, because the way my controls were working, there was a lot of inconsistency in a lot of the tricks. So it felt just kind of like a, how do I say it? It felt like unfair. Like I was expected to do some things where the game was not designed to like function properly. But then I did them anyway. But now I feel like if I were to, you know, get a hang of the timing for this, everything will feel a lot smoother. But like the duck having the like spin move like that where he can like turbocharge, I didn't even know that was possible because it seems like it was constantly just pressing the button. It was only turbo on one of my buttons though. It also changes how speedrunning works because I was looking at the speedrun and I'm like, how come the duck can like spin like full speed automatically? And I couldn't figure out how to do it, and it's because my controller wasn't working. Oh my god, man. My problem is when I'm in panic or like recovery mode, I lose the muscle memory. Or sorry, I go back to the muscle memory. You're in Liza level so poorly received, despite how hard it was. I felt like it was one of my favorite levels so far. We finally beat it. You feel like you really mastered it? Yeah. And it's like, I wanted to do a whole video on it. And then the more I played the game, and the more I'm like, well, that's not the only unique level, or like the only level that I have something to say about. But like, it was really interesting to me how like unbelievably difficult it is. And then you just start like flow stating through it. And it becomes like really, really easy. Like I remember the first couple of jumps being like, this is fucked up, dude. Like, why would they make me do this? And then it's just like, you have to slow down. You get to a point where like, you've really gone through it so many times and like, you understand what's going on so well that the level starts moving too slow for you. And then that becomes a new challenge, is like not getting impatient. This really makes me feel like I'm learning the game all over again. I just want to show off the sick jumps in the second half. I could just skip it. I guess that's what the invincibility and the infinite jumps are for. I just want to show off the second half of the level. Alright, maybe there's a time and place to learn, and this isn't really it. I'll get it figured out at some point, but right now we're just gonna... Oh my god, it's just... Even this is difficult because of muscle memory. Yeah, I'm curious. From here I can just skip this whole area, right? Yeah. Okay. So these guys... let me turn this off. So that little gauntlet is difficult, but right now you're getting to a part where like you haven't done any of these jumps before. So it's like, what do I do? And this bit is a gimmick because you're not actually supposed to do that. It teaches you how to do that, and then if you do it later on, if you do it in this section, it's wrong. It doesn't work. I guess it can work. You can like flutter over it, but... Okay. So what I want you to do here is jump off this and go here. And then jump off this and go up there. But there's a hidden spot here in the the ceiling. I don't know if you can see. And that's like where you get one of the secret letters. But yeah, this level was one of the ones I was like most derided as having like terrible level design. And I think it's like really fascinating how someone can play the same level as me and just have a terrible time. And I'm sitting here like, I'm having a terrible time because I'm relearning how the game works. But it's, I think this is one of the most creative levels I've ever seen in a platformer. It really puts everything together. You do have to do a lot of movements you've never done before, but that's fine. And the gauntlet as you get further on is like completely different from the gauntlet from earlier, where it was like really twitch movements. Later on, it's a bunch of like, you have one big jump. How do you get to the other side of this jump? There's only one way to do it. Oh my god, man. How did I even... Dude, I shouldn't have been able to get that high. How do I feel about the mini games? They're kind of not the type of game I like to play. Like the Jump King and like the Infinite Runner and like that stuff. I beat one of them. I beat the Gecko one, which is, if you've only played like 3 worlds, you haven't seen that yet. Not super interesting to me. I understand why people would like them, but it's not my thing. They're like maybe the only part of the game I don't feel any sort of compulsion to beat. This is killing me, man. It's killing my turtle. There, I'd just skip it. Try and do it the intended way. Fuck that. Okay, and now you're getting into parts where it's like, this is like a jump I've never done before. What do I do here? Or not that part, but like, see, it's getting weirder. The fucking mouse. That's so asshole mouse. Okay. My completionism compels me to beat them, so I've been 100%ing each one. I think the Jump King one was definitely the hardest. I think I played it twice, and then I was like, I'm not super interested in this. I think I played the Mouse Runner one like twice too. Ah. The mice here are like, they're pretty BM. I can't pretend they're not. Trying to do this with like... maybe I should have started practicing on an easier level with a brand new control scheme, but... Oh my god, mouse. I know it's set up there just so like you die if you try to do specifically what I'm doing. But I'm pretty sure that's what I did in the past. Yeah. Certified fuck it, we ball moment. There's got to be a way for me to do that without getting right in the line of fire. But even like the movements I'm doing now, it's not really expected of you yet. It's expected of you later in this level. But like I'm doing things to skip. Having traumatic flashbacks, Super Meat Boy and the Path of Pain, Hollow Knight. Yeah, it's very, it's not without its predecessors. It's not the very first game to do this. I don't know. It's really funny to me that the 2 levels that people were hating on the most are the 2 levels that I think are like the most genius. The way this wants me to do it is not interesting to me, so we're gonna just keep doing what I've been doing. I will get the hang of it, but relearning how to do the drop dash is killing me a lot in the brain. Fuck you, mouse, in particular. There we go. And now it's like, how do I get up here? It just keeps going up. What do I do? Hey. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing fantastic. We're chilling. I'm Moosebones. I play mostly Monster Rancher, if you guys know Monster Rancher. We're playing some of that today. We do tournaments and all that fun stuff. Monster Rancher 2 is my favorite game. We're playing some Windswept right now because I was talking about how people don't understand video game design. The real Windswept starts here. So I saw this the first time and I was like, how the fuck do I do this? You're just playing this game? Hell yeah. Well, I realized before I started playing this today, like on stream, that my controller had been malfunctioning. And like, you know how you got the spin move. Mine, if I held it down, I would just do the spin move forever. So it was basically like on a stuck turbo thing, which I'm learning now was not the way the game was intended to be played. Yeah, this is post-game. This is a level that a lot of people were saying was like the worst level design they've ever seen in their lives. And the reason they're saying that is because the second half of the game is a puzzle of like insane movement. Like this. I was like, how do you get through here? Because you got to do this. You got to somehow climb. You got to hit the switch. You got to keep going up. How do I do this? What's up? And people were saying, like, because the game never explains to you how to do the movement you have to do to get through this, that it's intrinsically a badly designed level. And I think it's a wonderful level. I think it's fantastic. But because me pressing the square button does not do infinite spins, it's really, really messed with my muscle memory for the drop dash. This. It makes this way, way harder for me. There's like an order of operations. Normally I would just hold both buttons, like the drop and the spin at the same time, and it would always work. And now I'm realizing I have to drop and then spin. And so I've gotten 70 hours in this game already, so it's changing my muscle memory a lot. But anyway, this is spoilers if you're at this part. There is no jump in the game before this where you have to do what I'm about to do. So this is the first time this is ever a thing. And I just wanted to show this off for chat. So there's a couple of like platforms here, and I remember being like, can I like jump through this? Not really. If you're doing the piggyback, you can't really jump as high, and your speed is a little bit slower. If I do it without the piggyback, I can almost make it through. So what do? I have to guess, but I don't know how the moves will interact with the target. Okay, so here's what you have to do. First, you have to spin off of the ledge, and then once you're here, before you hit the ground, you piggyback, you jump through the gap, you double jump, and then we'll see if I can do it. Still hard. Yeah, there's a save point here. So that's the first time in the game you ever have to do that. And people are just like, that's terrible. Like, it never teaches you how to do this. Like, what the hell? These jumps are impossible. But it gives you a safe spot. It gives you a checkpoint. You just test stuff until you figure it out. I figured it out, and I'm a fucking dumbass. And then, what's this? Another jump you've never had to do in your life? How do you get through here? Like, it's so cool, man. It's so cool. And what's this? This one's way harder. Okay. With the new muscle memory, this next one's going to be really hard, but this one's not too bad with the muscle memory. The second one's going to be really tough. I'd be mad if that was the last jump of the level. The save point seems totally fair and fun. 100%. Fuck. And when you hit the target, it like replenishes your dash too. So you have like a lot of leeway there. Anyway, that's what you got to do there. You have to piggyback in midair and then swap to the duck and then throw the shell and bounce off of it. Again, first time you ever have to do that in the game. But again, this is a hard jump. And then after you've done it a couple of times, it's like, it's not that bad. And then, oh, I lost there. Okay, I got to do this. This seemingly impossible jump is actually like a thing I can do 9 times out of 10. Right? Okay, because I'm used to it dropping a little bit, again, that's another muscle memory thing. I'm going a little bit too high for the saw blade. Oh my god, man. The part that's hard is not... I don't even need to hit that. I don't even think I need to hit the the switch. Yeah, I don't even have to hit it. Oh my god, man. I can't do it when I want to. Fuck. What am I doing wrong? Oh. Nope. I gotta piggyback first, and then I can jump, I'm pretty sure. Dude. It's so funny to be like, oh yeah, this like 8-step jump super easy, and then I can't like make it through the saw blades on the next one. I can't even fucking spin. I can't even spin half the time. It is a lot more consistent with height than I'm used to. I'm expecting it to drop a little bit. There you go. And again, that's not easy. That one's a lot harder. Oh yeah, this one. Again, a jump you've never had to do before. There's somehow like 4 jumps in a row you've never had to do in this game. It's so cool. And right here, this is a pretty safe spot to try over and over again. So you just have to do 3 hard jumps, but it's not the end of the world. Too bad people would prefer to have their handheld. It's just a difference in opinion on like what makes good game design, but like I think it's really sick. Oh, and then also now there's this shit. Like Godspeed, brother. But like it is pretty handholdy though, because you only had to do those 2 jumps, those 2 hard jumps back to back, and then it gave you another checkpoint. And now there's this section here, which I haven't even died at since I got the second checkpoint. And you know, maybe we just hit it first try, no big deal. Whatever. Every part of the level is hard, but I don't think there's anything wrong with the level introducing things and expecting you to figure it out as a puzzle, right? There's no part in the game before this. This is like, where does post game start? Post game starts this is the last boss. No, sorry. This is the last boss. So there's like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 16 levels after the game is over before you have to play this. So I think this is a totally fine place to like introduce, like, now it's time to like start figuring shit out on your own type vibes. Like I can't imagine having a problem with that. Like, you got this far and you're mad? Dude, I was so hyped when I figured out how to do the jump, because there's like no documentation for this game, right? Do you guys remember when I was trying to do this level here? This was the level before, and I was trying to figure out... this is going to take a little while to like, get back to it, but... yeah, my muscle memory's all fucked up. This isn't hard. I'll show you something. So all of the letters like to or like all of the major collectibles and stuff require you to have an animal buddy for them in this level. And there's this guy, which, you know, it's pretty basic platformer stuff, nothing crazy. You can't get this C without the bat. But then, if you get to the end... Alright, and now, it's this guy. There's never been a point in the game where you've had Honey and this guy in the same spot. He can't double jump. There's nothing here to like get up the gap. Why would they give you this guy? if you can't get up here. And so I spent time like backtracking with him, seeing if like maybe I could go backwards through the level. Again, I looked it up online because I got frustrated trying to figure it out on my own, and I couldn't find anything. There was not even like a single run of like anybody completing this level. So I just sat there, and eventually I figured it out. You do this. You throw the shell, it gets stuck in the honey. There's never a point in the game where you have to do that before this. So all of these like complaints about how the game is like not teaching you things, these are puzzles post-game. Like, you don't need to do that. You need to do that if you want to get everything, all the letters and stuff. Like if you wanted to go up there and get that O coin that's in the wall. Light bulb moment was great for me. It was. And I think just complaining about like how am I supposed to know that is like, I don't know, man. Maybe you're just not maybe you're not as curious as I am. Maybe you play games to feel powerful instead of to solve a problem. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. But then it keeps going. And then this, you only get to the last 2 levels if you've gotten 99 out of 100 possible moon coins. And then you have access to Windswept. And then if you get the secret sun in Windswept, you have access to Windswept EX, which is the hardest level in the game, which is what I was playing. Is it going to keep my spot? It's not. Okay. So I'm going to show you guys some nonsense. This is the last level in the game. I haven't beaten it yet. The last like 10th of it is, I'm going to say horrendous. It's I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do it with my muscle memory, but this first little bit is going to look difficult, and I've done it enough times that it's not that big of a deal. So this is the same as the second last level, except it's like remixed to be more difficult. Oh, I think it felt like my controller just broke. Like I felt the piece pop off. Okay, hitting that mouse with the new muscle memory is going to be difficult. Oh, I'm going too far. Murderer of controllers. I've got a graveyard. No. This level, for as difficult as it is, all of the sections are pretty generous with their save points, like their checkpoints. In Monhan World, I charged a greatsword hit against Kove, and I felt my button sink all the way down. I was useless through the rest of the fight. Oh no. Very satisfying crunch noise. People complaining about this would hate Mario Maker puzzle levels. Oh, I mean, yeah. Oh, I forgot what I had to do there. I got distracted. This part's going to be tough with... how my controller feels, but we'll figure it out. The reason I'm trying to line that up is because, like, the way you're supposed to do it is harder than, like, the skip that I'm trying to set up. There's a lot of parts like that. The level this is a remix of has... You can skip the entire, like, last section of the game, or last section of the level. and it is like, I want to say like 100 times easier to just skip it. And in this, which is the remix version of it, they like block your path so you can't do that. So they knew what they were doing. They did it on purpose, and then they're like, oh, now you gotta beat the level for real. There's still like a skip where you can skip the like second most heinous part. Like you can just skip an entire biome. This level brings you through all the biomes of the game. And you can just skip the whole brambles section if you want. You'll miss 100%, but... Oh, fuck, man. Another thing that's like really lenient about this game that people complaining about difficulty aren't really taking into consideration is like the collectibles and stuff. You don't have to beat the game like and collect like beat the level and collect everything in one run. All you have to do is after you've collected a thing, you have to stay alive for I think 6 seconds. So if you like are trying to collect the comet letters like COMET, as long as you are alive for 6 seconds after you collect one of the letters, you just have that. So now the next time you run the level, you don't have to worry about it. So like I've collected all of the letters. So I just basically need to beat the level. I have one more token thing I have to collect and beat the level, and then that's it. Also, I will say hitbox stuff is a little bit weird in this game. There's a lot of times where you're like landing on something like from above, but it's on a slight angle and it considers you beside the enemy and it kills you. Like so many times I've like landed on the top like corner of a mouse like diagonally and it's like, nope, you're dead. Which is really my only gripe with the game. That, and I was worried, like I didn't like that the drop dash was inconsistent in terms of height. But now that I know that was just my controller being stupid, you know, that's not a fault of the game. Okay, those things aren't invincible. I don't know why I died there, but... I think when you're, like, swapping piggyback, you're vulnerable. How did I miss the mouse? Oh, poor Miss Mouse. It does feel like it's more difficult in terms of like getting like wrapping my brain around the slightly different controls, but I do think it feels more deliberate. Before there was a lot of I'm just holding a button and everything's working, and now it's like I have to press with intention. Fuck, man. But that's lining up shots like that for the drop dash is difficult. Needs more triangular hitboxes, I know. Oh, dude, that's twice that's got me. Fuck, man. What's funny is this isn't the easiest section of this level, but it's probably second easiest. Fuck. So if I'm struggling now, like it's over for me. I'm like kind of in my own head about it. Like a lot of the tricks I'm messing up are, you know, there's some muscle memory, but a lot of it is like basic, like aiming. There we go. Okay. This section might be a little bit harder with my reaction to the buttons being different. Yeah. Because normally I could just like keep the momentum through this whole area. Yeah, I'm through this section, I'm usually just holding the spin button the whole time. Which makes all of that like way more difficult. I did that backwards. I gotta wait till it's at the top of its cycle. Okay. We're gonna skip an entire section here. I don't want to do any of the brambles. Fuck that. And again, we have a section here with a jump you never have to do before this part. This is tough. Oh, okay, can I get it? You have to be going super fast, and the only way to go super fast is to start with the duck. I have to spin with the duck, spin with the turtle. Oh. You're gonna see in a second. This is a huge pit. You need like the most momentum you can possibly get. Yeah, we did it. And then this is a section that's really hard, but I got pretty good at skipping over it, and we'll see if my muscle memory just makes it impossible now. Again, this section is probably harder than that first section by a considerable amount, but because I got stuck on this section for so long, I learned like some tricks. It seems it's probably easier overall for me specifically. It's just the more you play the level, the better you get at it, right? It's not rocket appliances. But even now, like, I'm skipping like big chunks of like the intended platforming. God, the turbo spin on the duck is sick. Can't believe I've been playing the game without it. No! Okay, that's a new one. I think I've ever died like that. Oh. It's also like neat that the duck has a turbo spin like that, because for the longest time I was like, how like what does the duck have over the turtle? It just felt like the turtle could do everything, all the duck could do was flutter. But yeah, I've been playing without like one of the major mechanics of the game. All right. Also, he's falling a lot slower than I'm used to. I think because it was like on, off, on, off, on, off. Oh. This is a pretty long section without a break. Which is funny because there's like 2 checkpoints back to back right before this. Like the super long jump you've never had to do before. And then it's like, hey, congrats. Do this extremely long section without a break. If we didn't skip the bramble section, that's also another section with a huge, like, section with no gaps, like no checkpoints. What? Dude. Died and then got stuck in the honey? What a way to go. It's like a glue trap. I can't think of like a worse way to go. Stuck in glue. Oh my god, man. That's what's gonna happen to all these mice if they don't let me through here. Oh, I almost died. This would be so funny, like getting to this point and like not being able to like do basic drop dash stuff. Seen too many mice do horrendous things trying to get out? Yeah, no, that's gross. I know exactly what you're talking about. This is Windswept. This game came out a couple of weeks ago. Okay. He had my number. That was not cool. I forgot what I was doing. We survived. We're okay. So many stars. Yeah, the stars are just coins. There's a lot of areas in this game where it's like they can't put secret collectibles everywhere, right? So if you get to the secret, like you're rewarded with stars as like a hey, congrats, you did it. But like especially in this level, there's a couple of areas where it's like the hardest place to get to is just like bragging rights. It's like, you did it. You got those stars. Ah, oh, come on. The freaking mouse. I think there's an easier way to do it. If I like throw the shell, I can bounce him. But I've done this gap enough times that like it's not too bad. Yeah, the flutter works so much better now. I fall so much slower. Ah, man. I'm pressing this shit too quickly. But yeah, I feel like if you were as bad at drop dashing as I am now that I know the controls are different, like now that my controller is working differently, I don't think you'd ever get to this part of the game. Like, it would have taken you like hundreds of hours. I don't think you could do it. It really is like, I'm writing my final exam and my right arm is broken, so I'm using my left hand. Because I know this doesn't look easy. But it's definitely harder than it looks. Hey, anime lover Dan. Welcome. We are struggling through Windswept. I found out my controller was misinputting the entire time I've been playing this game for like 70 hours. So now I'm basically relearning all my muscle memory on the last level of the game. Hope your stream went well. Hope you're doing okay. We were playing some Monster Rancher a little bit earlier. Now we're chilling with this nonsense. Losing my mind. I don't even know if I can do this section. I don't even know if I can do this section with my, with the controls being different now. The way this map and this game is set up makes me think Monster Sanctuary is Magma Chamber. Kinda. I get that vibe. Fuck. Alright, we'll get back there. It says 8-bit Donkey Kong Country vibe. Yeah, that was the goal of the game. When they were doing promo for it, like, years ago, they were talking about how, like, they unabashedly ripped off Donkey Kong Country. Like, that was the vibe. And so I've been calling it a ripoff, and people are like, I don't know if you'd call it a ripoff. And it's like, they call it a ripoff. It's fine to, like, iterate on the same game. If the game is good, you can just like make a spiritual successor. No one's gonna stop you. But yeah, dude, these jumps, like these flutters are so much easier. Basically, if you're just tuning in, there's a spin move that's kind of like Diddy and Dixie's like spin. And it had been like turboing for me the entire time I'd been playing the game, and I didn't know. I didn't know it was turboing. I didn't know it was... So basically, if I held the button, it would spin constantly like this. And so I played through the entire game doing this. But it was basically like on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off, when it's only supposed to go once. And I'm still holding the button now. Like, I'm holding it, nothing's happening. So not being able to hold it changes the muscle memory of how I play the game, because he's got this ground pound, right? And out of the ground pound, you can do a dash. And so what I was doing is I would ground pound and I would just hold the button, because every frame it would like re-pull, and then it would eventually like kick in and go. Turns out I have to, there's like an order of operations where I have to press this first. I can't be pressing square first before I do the drop. It will never work. So I have to wait until after I've pressed, then I can press the second button. So it's like my muscle memory, I've got 70 hours in this game already. My muscle memory is all fucked up now. So I'm on the hardest level in the game, and I'm trying to relearn. But the same button for that is the duck's flutter. And I was falling so fast with the flutter, I was falling more like this. Instead of, like, that's more graceful than that, right? So there's a lot of jumps in the game that were like extremely tight with the flutter, because it was like on off, on off, on off, instead of just hold it for a gentle like fall. So I think there's sections later on in this game where I was like, or later on in this level where I was like, this is impossible. How would you ever do this? And now I think that part's going to be a lot easier. I just got to get over the difference in my muscle memory and not being able to do the drop dash as well. But yeah, this is the last level of the game. It is a remix of the second last level of the game. It's basically, there was a last level, and then this is that, but like, if they Kaizo'd it. There's more saw blades. Ah, fuck you, dude. Remember Dixie falling way slower? Yeah, it's still pretty fast, but it's way better than it was. Yeah, that's about the speed of Dixie. Like, this section was like really tough before, and now I'm like almost overcorrecting. Like, I'm moving too much. It's less precise. Or like, the jump itself is less precise, but because I have more control, it's like I'm accidentally running into things. Like, I'm going too far. I don't think we're going to beat the level tonight. But I was showing off some other stuff where people were complaining about level design being bad because it was hard, i.e. There's a level before this where there's a bunch of jumps it asks you to make that you've never had to do before. Like, different combinations of like what's possible with your characters. And it's set up specifically as a puzzle. So there's like one jump you've never done. And then there's a checkpoint immediately after it. And then there's a second jump you've never done. And then there's a checkpoint immediately after it. So it's like, if you figure it out, you're rewarded. And then, you know, you only have to figure out that one jump one at a time. And then at the very end, there's like 2 jumps you have to do at a time. And then there's like 3 jumps for like the very last section. And people are complaining about how this level is bad because it never teaches you how to do any of that. But when I figured out how to do it on my own, I was so hyped. I was like, dude, I feel like a god. I'm like, I've mastered the controls of this game. And it's such like a genius way to do it. And also, like, it's post-game. Like, it's, what did we say? 16 levels after the credits already rolled. So, like, the game's over. This is the time for the game to be, like, experimental. And so for people to be like tilted about it, it was just like really funny to me. And the idea that the game's not teaching you what's possible by giving you a problem that is like you've never had to solve before and telling you you can do this. Like, clearly it's possible, or else, you know, we wouldn't put it in the game, is really interesting to me. It's a very show don't tell, which is like a thing that people love to talk about in game design until they're confronted with it, and then they're like, oh, actually this sucks. Please tell. But especially when it's like set up as a puzzle, to like be like, I'm mad it didn't tell me the solution to the puzzle. Just obnoxious. Anyway, we're cruising. Game's good at those satisfying Eureka moments. One sec. So I felt in the first lampshade level when you learn how to do lots of special turtle jumps. Dude, and what's really funny about that level is if you play it again, like after you've beaten the game, it takes like 20 seconds because you can skip 90% of it once you know how to do the jumps. Like there's like gaps in the brambles. So you can just like straight up like from the very first jump, you can just skip like an entire like go left, go up, go right section. You just go right there. There's a checkpoint, and then you do it again. There's a second checkpoint, and then you've got like 15 seconds of the level to do after that. Okay. This jump's actually hard. Fuck. But yeah, like I was saying, it's not like it was easier for me. Like this, for example, the duck here, if I hold spin with the duck, it goes turbo mode, right? And so this is super important for speedrunning because you can just start the level, do this immediately, right? But I was watching speedruns and I'm like, how the fuck do they do that? Like, I don't know what they're doing. It doesn't make any sense to me because I couldn't do that. Because when I was pressing the duck, he was just doing this like slow spin over and over again. So it's not, I was playing with a handicap and I like adjusted to that handicap, and now I'm trying to, you know, not to be crass, but it's like I learned how to paint with my toes, and I've regained control of my arms, and I'm trying to paint with my arms. Like, we'll get there, it's just... It's a lot more like individual button presses and a lot less like hold and wait for the right moment. Which is like, you know, obviously a pretty different way to approach a platformer. Because there's a lot of like, I'm just holding the button down and then I'm releasing at the right times. Like a negative edge almost. Tokaso, that's me. Dude, this, I can't really describe how much easier this section is. At first, like, it's still difficult with, like, the saw blades and the fluttering, but it felt, like, unfair with how hard it was, and it's because I was falling faster and I had less control. But now it's like, I get it. I understand why they put that there. It's not that bad. It's crazy because I thought there was actually a place on the very first level where it teaches to spin like that with the duck. It might. Like, it literally might. Charge character versus Shoto, basically. We did it, folks. Now, it's not over. It's not even close to over. This guy jumps when you jump, so you got to be a little bit careful here. Also, this fucking mouse. All right, we did it. That dude was chasing me the whole way. This is the easiest section of this level. And it's like so late in the level, so it's like kind of interesting that they put it here, but... There's like a bunch of secrets, and like, I've already collected them, so I'm not doing this the hard way. Like, there's a challenge way to do it. And then this is the most, like, I am 4 years old and I have made my first Mario level. Look at this shit, dude. It's a fucking mouse I gotta watch out for, and then the rest are fine. Bees underwater unrealistic, 2 out of 10. Like I said, this is like the Kaizo. Like, the remix of the hard level. And here's where we started the stream. Okay, this is gonna be hard with the muscle memory. Yeah, no, that section is like way easier. The difficult part is that to get the collectibles, you have to like hit a switch and then you're like on a timer. But if you don't need to get the collectibles, like I've already got them the one time. It's a pretty easy beat in one type of situation. Okay, so like this area was like way too hard with my guy moving slow, and there I've already adjusted to the new speed, no problem. Fuck. Shit. Oh, I'm gonna get this though. I'm kind of curious about the second half of this biome though, because it gets really hard, but it's hard because it was a section with saws where you have to flutter through the whole thing, and I think it might be better. When Duck's fluttering, it looks like your 19-year-old Shih Tzu. He does look pretty proud of himself when he's doing it. I know it's supposed to be like concentration, but I like to think he's vibing. This is Windswept. If you like Donkey Kong Country, this game is like, what if Donkey Kong Country was like actually hard and not like the difficulty that people pretend it is? That's not to say, like, a hard game is, like, morally better or whatever. It's just, like, this game is, like, actually, like, unbelievably hard. Especially, like, post-game, which is what I'm doing right now. This is the last level. I forgot there was another saw there. Fuck. Saw jump scare. Yeah, this first little section is really tough already, and with my controls being all goofy, it's a little bit tougher than I'd like it to be, but knock on wood, but I haven't messed up the saws yet, which is really nice. Normally that section's really hard with the old controls. Okay. Doesn't get easier though. These fuckers throwing thunder clouds at me. The thundercloud is a one-hit kill. I can try and kill those guys, but it's kind of tough. I can't just jump on them. They got hard hats on. Fuck you, dude. Got carried up by the platform. Asshole. Also, basically, as long as I'm like dashing through an enemy or I jump off of them, it refreshes my air dash. So I only have one air dash, but then every time I jump or like dash through an enemy, it refreshes it. So that's why it looks like I have unlimited and I'm just like flying. Well, I missed that. Dude, this game is so sick. If you had to think of like a cuter combination of animals for this, do you think you could do it? Regardless of like what abilities they could have. Pug? A pug would actually go pretty hard. I can't believe I missed that. Dude, now I want to make a game where there's a buddy game like this where it's a pug and a schnauzer, a mini schnauzer like Bacon. Just two dogs chilling. Windswept? Yeah, that's sick. It's also, a lot of the levels are, like, it's very impressive. Like, just the design on them. This is, like, a Fucko mode level, way post-game, so it's a little bit less elegant in the design. It's just like, what if we remixed the level to have saws everywhere? Butterfly, moth, and a beetle? Ooh. Dude, like a Hercules beetle and a stag beetle as buddies. That could be sick. Fuzzy moth? There is a fuzzy moth in this game already. There's two. One's evil and one's good. Fuck you. Alright. So now I don't have to worry about him anymore. There's only one more. Dude, lining that up is hard. This part of the game was never easy. There's an entire level where the whole... Okay, we got him. Where the whole level is like on a thing like this, and you're just avoiding people the whole way up. But you can skip the whole level by just getting the bat friend in like a secret area in the beginning. And just fly forever. And then the crow there, just like be an asshole. Alright. 2 sections left. If I remember correctly, where is it? Here? Okay. This section is going to be really hard because it changes how the drop dash works, like, entirely. Like, the speed on it. No! I will say, like, the one annoying thing about this game is that the hitboxes, or the hurt boxes for the turtle and the duck are, like, what you see. So there are sections where the duck literally can't walk through because its head is too tall. Like, the duck right now would just die if it was the active one. Held the jump button for a frame too long. That's where we're at right now, folks. It's gonna be hard because that's a section where I could just hold the spin button before. Like, I need to spin slightly off the ledge, and then I have to do a ground pound spin. Fuck. But yeah, there's another checkpoint really close. I have to do like 3 of these jumps, and then that's about it. And then the last section of the level, which I've never beaten. Only part of the game I haven't beaten yet. Other than the hard mode stuff. Yeah, this game's got a hard mode. Okay, so I made it in the gap there. I wonder if I can do it here. Too big! I went too big! I do really like how this part of the game, like, it's funny how it's just like, yeah, saw blades, brother. Fuck, man. How did I do that last time? I did it, like, so casually. I made a joke on the Windswept Blue Sky account post where they're like, "Oh, we broke even. Like, I'm so happy we, like, you know, the game is officially profitable and helped me pay for a bunch of stuff." And I was like, "That's sick." But I was like, you know, game dev costs $1,000, basement repairs $5,000, saw blades in Windswept EX $9 million. Somebody who's good at budgeting, please help me. My family is dying. Because there's just like a billion blades here. Oh, I'm just going... It's hard. This section is like, if somebody wanted to call this bad level design, I probably wouldn't argue. But it's like, I don't think it's bad level design. I think it's like intentionally funny. Like, the idea that it kind of just gave up on any sort of theming. Besides, this is a hard level. Wait, that was a high jump. There's just a gap here I can jump in? That's so fucked up. What the hell? What the fuck, man? Okay. Okay. Now, in the original Windswept, this is Windswept DX. In the level this is a remix of, you could do this. And just float here. This is a whole section I have to do later. But, I've never done it because I've just been like, fuck it. Because regularly, this saw blade here at the bottom was gone. So you could just skip through the whole section. I am curious now if this section's a little bit easier now. Are they smaller than they look like? The hitbox on them is the inner circle. The blades themselves don't actually hurt you. They're like the only thing in the game where the hitbox is smaller than it looks like. Almost everything else in the game, the hitbox is like identical or bigger. So it's like, it's a little confusing if, you know, you're new. It took me a little while to get used to it. This section is kind of brutal. So you're seeing about as far as I've gotten. I haven't been able to beat this last part. Those little guys spin you when you hit them. I don't need to switch to the duck. I don't know why I'm switching to the duck. I gotta switch to the duck later. Also, going through that gap there doesn't do you any good. I tried to see if it was a shortcut, and it like kind of locks you out. So you can like bounce off of it to spin through the blades, but it ends up putting you like in an area where you can't finish the level anymore. I gotta get as much height as I can off of this. Gotta bounce off this guy. I got to swap the piggyback. I have to swap piggyback. I have to swap to the duck. I have to shell jump. But I have to get so high, man. So I have to keep my momentum somehow. Okay, I think I jump first. That keeps my momentum. Like this is a puzzle. You're given so many movement options and then it's like, figure it out. What can you do? Okay, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I gotta keep my momentum. If I lose my momentum, I lose my jump height. I don't want to bounce it off of that side. I want to bounce it off the other side, the inside wall. Doing it without losing the momentum is so tough, though. I might just give up here. This is as far as I've ever gotten, and I don't think at like 1 in the morning I'm making progress. It's tough. I think I'm at a point where I might have to see someone do this. 'Cause I think I'm doing it mostly right, but I don't know how to keep my momentum up. So that jump feels fine, but then what do I do after that? I don't think I can make it over the saw blades. Pretty tough. I know if you have a lot of momentum, you can jump off of the shell in midair. I'd be interested to see if I could do that there, because that might be enough height. Oh, this part with the muscle memory is tough, though. Need to keep going up. Come on, man. That might be it. I just gotta get a little bit closer to that last saw blade. Because the hard part is like not even knowing what to aim for. If I knew what to aim for, I think, you know, 4-minute mile shit. Once you know it's possible, it's, you know, a lot easier. Good, but I hesitated a little bit. Okay, height was good. Or speed was good, rather. Height was low. That's probably what it is. I just need to hop off the other thing a little bit higher. Come on. I have to go 2 saw blades higher than that. That seems really close. And like there's been some close calls up to this point, so wouldn't put it past them that that's what's intended, but it seems too tough even for this. Okay, I'm gonna try it without going to the duck. Not even close. It's tough. Gotta keep the momentum up. Fuck, man. Alright, I'm gonna try like 2 more times and then I'm calling it for the night. That was like a full saw blade higher than last time though, so maybe that's the play. I gotta jump straight up. I don't know if that would be enough. It'd be close though. I would like one good attempt. And we can call it. Oh, I lost power. What? What the fuck? Both my keyboard and my controller lost power, but I didn't die. It's a sign. Oh, saw blades. You're killing me, brother. Okay, I need to go 2 blades higher. Unless I'm supposed to go up. There is a bit of a gap there. I don't know if I'm supposed to go up though. Seems pretty tough to hit that gap. I could see that being it, instead of trying to go over the wall. Ooh, maybe that's it. Yeah, okay. I think that's it. That gap seems very tight, though. I'm overcorrecting a little bit. I have to really commit on the first jump, or else I'm not gonna have enough height. Dude, they're really making me do this. Oh my god. The worst part is this is the last checkpoint in the level. So not only do I have to do this jump, I have to do everything else after this, and it gets harder. Maybe I gotta jump. I have to go to the duck. I have to go to the duck. I have to bounce off the shell there. Oh my god, this is fucked up. Oh. See, now what do I do? I don't think I can get through any other section there. I think I'm just stuck like I was before if I do that. I don't need to do the spin. I don't need to do the drop dash off this. I can just get used to that. Alright, I want to try and get through the gap one more time with the duck, and then I'm calling it. So I have to bounce and then bop, bop, bop. This. I gotta do like a circle around my buttons. I gotta go triangle, circle, X, square, like really quick. God damn, dude. can't mash it though. I gotta look for the... Gotta look for clues. Man. And then make it through the gap. Lining up the jump is going to be so difficult, but I think that's the way I'm supposed to do this. I'm giving up. I'm done for the night. Thank you guys. Game's too hard. I'm gonna go to bed though. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hanging out while I play some nonsense. We talked a lot about a bunch of fun stuff today. It was a good stream. I enjoyed it. First stream back in 2 weeks. Very excited for the future. We're gonna be chilling a lot this winter, so I hope you guys aren't sick of me yet. But yeah, have a good one. I will see you hopefully this week, and if not, you know, next Monday we'll be back with the XBL, and then we'll be back with everything else. Bye bye.